Alright, hold on. We are... Let me go ahead and fix our audio levels here. There we go. Hello, fellow compatriots. This is your host, Tripchan here. And welcome to Bionicle Day, where we're going to go ahead and do some fun builds and all that lovely jazz. But before we begin, let me get a moment to set up here. Okay. Let's see what we got here. But yeah, so... Alright. Woo! Alright, hello fellow compatriots. This is your host, Tripchan here, and welcome to Bionicle Day. And we are going to be taking a tour and deep dive into the world of the Bionicle. But more specifically, Ascending Depths. So, without any further ado, let me go ahead and set up... Honestly, this is probably some good. Honestly, yeah. If you guys want me to change the... the music, just let me know. I am open to music requests. For all your lovely needs. Let me go ahead and get the mic in a better position, as well as the camera, because I know the camera is probably going to need to be a little bit higher. We're going to actually start with some doodling, as I talk a little bit about where everything kind of began as the cycle of creativity was still being formed. There we go. Let me grab this mic. Set this up here. There we go. Maybe a little bit of a mess, but it's my mess. Alright, fellow compatriots. Let's go ahead and change to the next scene. There we go. Alright, can everybody hear me pretty well? We're going to be doing some doodling over here. We're going to be doing the doodles while talking a little bit about Ascending Depths and how we basically started from, where we eventually ended up, and the future that we are going to be aiming towards when it comes to the cycle of creativity. Now, the first thing I want to go ahead and announce is that the first chapter for Ascending Depths is out. I repeat, the first chapter is out. You can go ahead and check it out on ascendingdepthsmedia.com. So by all means, go ahead, check out Ascending Depths Media. I got like a lot of lovely stuff there in terms of world building and all that wonderful stuff. So be sure to go ahead and check that out if you have not already. Not only that, but we got webcomics as well, available on ascendingdepths.etsy.com. And links in the description down below. So by all means, go ahead and check that out. Now, I want to go ahead and take this opportunity to showcase to you some pieces of artwork in terms of the new characters and creatures that are going to be introduced into the world that is Ascending Depths. Now, as I go ahead and get set up here, one of my first Bionicle sets that I ever got was Pohatumata. Pohatumata was one of the first ones I got. Coincidentally, around like the same time as 9/11, I kid you not, it was back in 2001. Everybody was like pretty sad and dour, but honestly, Bionicle helped me through. I didn't understand it at the time, of what everything was going on, but that's where I got my first set, which is Pohatumata, and then afterwards I jumped straight into the Nuva, and I wouldn't get my hands on the rest of the Mata until much later. As a matter of fact, in 2005, I had a friend back in 2005 during my time in middle school, where one of my friends was actually growing out of Bionicle. 2005 was definitely a drop in terms of used to be Bionicle fans and those that are still tugging through it. It was like a unique period for sure when it came to that time period. But through them, I was able to get my hands on not only a Pearl Gold Krakan, basically the Kalgarak from the playsets, and all of the Toa Mata, and I think a few Visorak as well. They knew that I still liked Bionicle, and so they wanted to go ahead and give their collection to me. Because they knew I would go ahead and take good care of it. And I'm like, yeah, sure thing, dude. And I wonder where they are today. I honestly do. Now, over here we got the Kanoto. This is a creature that you're going to be seeing in Ascending Depths that I have been making and creating for a while. And there's a few things. Oh yeah, I guess I could show this. This is one of the first preliminary artworks of UH1 when I was first making this character. And the idea of it was to combine together something reminiscent of a iguana, but bipedal and humanoid, but can also attack rocks and other fauna and materials like that. It was actually pretty cool. And hold on, let me go ahead and ping the stream here. I'm gonna have to ping it because I don't think. Hold on. We gotta change this. Share. Alright. There we go. That should do it. There we go. Now we're talking. Now we're thinking with portals. There we go. So, yeah, these were some of the earlier artworks that I did. And again, I'm just skimming through it. And this is some more artwork. Just getting rough ideas and concepts and how the world of Ascending Depths was going to look like. these were like rough sketches, trying to visualize and see how this world would interact and breathe. As and I had drawn parallels with its name in a sense as well. And this is super early. You probably remember this from the first trailer that I did for Ascending Depths, where, you know, it would showcase all the different showcase one of the environments. Now, this was probably the earliest piece drawing that I did of the island. So, and got UH1 and the city of Vo. So, all of these were black and white. I don't think a lot of people realize, but a lot of these were black and white originally, before they actually became actually fully colored. But I stopped drawing in this way after a while once I discovered the power of inks. This is what the Astrolix used to look like. Now, I do have Pterix here, so that's what they used to look like. And this is how they basically became. Like, nothing at all like how it actually ended up being, which is, like, pretty funny and wild to me. That, you know, you go from, and you can still see some similarities, like how the chest is designed. Like, it kind of has, like, this is much more bulkier. This is a prototype. It's not the current model. But I like this prototype because it reminds me of how far development came in terms of, like, actually making a buildable character with a building system that took me years to design and engineer. But yeah, just seeing the evolution between that, the hands especially had a feature where they were actually a gun. So you would put a marble in their four-pronged fingers, and then a lever would be pulled back, which would cause the marble to shoot out. Now, the current models no longer retain that functionality, but I am aiming towards doing more play features, which, by the way, if you guys stay tuned further into the stream, we will be showcasing some new products that's going to be coming out with play features of all sorts. Yes, that's right. So be sure to go ahead and stay tuned to, like, either the middle or end. If you want to go ahead and see the new line of sets that I got in the works right now. So, but yeah, even the head design changed. It used to be more blockier. Nothing like, as you see here. Like, the Astrolix were supposed to look a lot more different. But they still retain a few similarities. And this is a seed buried deep into the terrain. And the seeds are basically where the heroes come out of. They sprout out from the seeds. And you can learn more about that over in AscendingDepthsMedia.com. I'm sorry if I'm advertising a lot. It's not my... It's just that, like, a lot of the story beats is actually in the first chapter, which is available now and free to read. So by all means, go for it. And again, early artwork of what Astrolix used to look like. They even had toes. Like, Pterix no longer has toes anymore. And then everything says, hey there, hello, and welcome. But yeah, and at the start of the stream, Voa as well. But again, you've seen all these pieces of artwork. Let me go show you guys something new that you probably have not seen. Let me see if I can pull up something new that you haven't seen before. Something brand new and buildable figure action. This is a story beat that I sang on the spot. Oh yeah, okay, we can start from here. So, Wakaragi, they actually appear in the first chapter of Ascending Depths. By the way, the first chapter of the novel is out right now. Highly recommend AscendingDepthsMedia.com. And this is one of the designs for Gondu. However, they would change and design it later on to what you see here and now. This is what Gondu eventually became in the story, in terms of like character design and so forth. And thank you. And by the way, all these figures will be buildable. They have their own building system. I'll probably do a section where I'll be doing some mock making with the tribs, the tailored reconstructible intuitive building system, as well as showcase our new line of figures that is going to be popping up in the store after the stream. Yes, that's right. So Talia, she's like this. She's like an inventor, and scientist, and she's actually based off of a fan submission. So back in the past, I used to do a contest where people would get to submit their ideas of what they would like their character to be. And I'm happy to announce that another contest for Ascending Depths will begin. And I will go ahead and be sure to share the details in the end in that regard. But basically, whatever design gets approved will not only become actually drawn, but an actual figure as well. I kid you not, I'm being dead serious. Which means you get to see your own set, basically, in its own packaging. And everything, with instructions and artwork. It may even appear in the story as well. Now, because honestly, this is the future of what Bionicle is all about, what creativity is all about, and what Ascending Depths is all about at the end of the day. And yeah, I am very pleased and happy about that and fulfilling that goal. So, of course, Talia, wonderful character. Oh, I think you guys know who this one is. Terex. Absolute menace. Absolute grandma. If you want to go ahead and read his story, I got entire video essays and blogs about it. He's also in the comic books. And this gremlin, this menace, that it so heartfully despise, is in my hands right now, but I love him. Terex, for a quick recap, he is a painter. He likes to travel across the island of Lolito, and showcasing their art, their work. He is very proud of his work, to the extent that people find him either egotistical or annoying, because of his sheer confidence and pride of his artwork. And he would make everybody know across the face of the island that he is the best artist to ever exist. Which leads to basically him just wandering around aimlessly, because no village wants to have him around long term because of the amount of friction that he causes. originally, funny enough, he was supposed to be like a speaker, uh, originally, but because of how frustrating his it came to designing this character, it eventually I wanted to reflect the amount of annoyance and agitation this character caused. So I turned him into the most annoying character imaginable, to the extent that he even has a very loud and an extreme color scheme. Because I felt like it. And this is Elder Taluva. You'll get to see them later in the story. They are a chieftain that lives within the lives within Crystal City, which is basically a collection of multiple villages and all that stuff. Elder Lakama, I'm gonna wait for more story to come out with her. You guys are gonna love Elder Lakama. Lakama is quite a unique character. I could talk about her for hours. And Kobo, of course, the sidekick for Terex. Kobo and Terex. You'll get to see their story in the comic book series that is on ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Jager says hello! And hello, Jager. Welcome. I'm glad that you made it to the stream. We are going over pieces of artwork from the world of Ascending Depths, some of the new and recent ones. Now, this is the Jungles of Craw. This is a new area. You'll be able to learn more about it in the future and all that stuff. However, I want to go ahead and, because we're getting into the more deeper end of things, I am actually going to go ahead and hold on, I had to look. Hold on. Oh yeah! You guys saw this in the last stream. You might remember the Aruki. Well, the Aruki have updated their designs. They have brand new designs now for the Aruki. You guys probably remember in the last Bionicle Day, there was a commercial showcasing figures that are able to do backflips. Well, sad to say that those initial prototypes that you saw in the infomercial in the last Bionicle Day stream were insufficient for manufacturing. But we got some new designs that are going to be being produced, and they'll be able to have a lot of playability and all that lovely stuff. Yes, that's right. So you're going to be able to see these figures be able to do backflips. They're going to be buildable and all that lovely stuff. You're going to see it firsthand. Very happy to go ahead and have these sets made, and for you guys to go ahead and purchase and get your hands on for yourself. And let's see here, because next things up, I'm probably gonna actually, let's go ahead and cut to commercial real quick. So I know I'm gonna be cutting to commercial. I'm sorry about that, but it is very important for me to do so. All right. It's very important for me to do so right now, because I am making something quite special. I'm making a lot of special goodies. As a matter of fact, something really good.
This is your brain. And this is your brain on ascending depths. Come with me. You can get bright, vibrant colors for just $5.12. Fully handmade and not printed out by some machine someone bought online. All made with full transparency and naturally made hand craftsmanship. Because Bionicle is better with color. But I got that and more, fellow compatriots, because that and more can get shipped to you in just 1 to 3 days, because nothing says play more than the word now. Available today at ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Happy building and play well, and I hope you liked what I cooked. This is your brain. And this is your brain on ascending depths. Come with me. You can get bright, vibrant colors for just $5.12. Fully handmade and not printed out by some machine someone bought online. All made with full transparency and naturally made hand craftsmanship. Because Bionicle is better with color. But I got that and more, fellow compatriots, because that and more can get shipped to you in just 1 to 3 days, because nothing says play more than the word now. Available today at ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Happy building and play well, and I hope you liked what I cooked.
Boom. Wait. And boom. Alright, there we go. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you, fellow compatriots. Thank you. Alright, that's the first of many wonders that we're going to be doing today. Now, oh gosh, I just realized what I could draw. I just realized what I could... Okay, hold on. I think I know who to draw. I know who to draw for Bionicle Day. I think I know who to draw, fellow compatriots. Alright. I think I know what to draw. Alright, let me go ahead and get this all situated over here, because this is all part of my master plan, keep in mind. So we're going to... I like to start off with a stick figure, because it allows me to get the proportions right, especially when it comes to things like anatomy. Because it can be awkward sometimes to actually draw a character, you know, sometimes if you don't get the proportions right, especially for what I am going to be drawing. Wait a minute, I shouldn't make a large piece. I should make it a big piece. It shouldn't be wide. Oh, but it needs to be a character profile. It kind of needs to be a landscape. Okay, never mind. But yeah, so when it came to Bionicle, I first got into it back in 2001. And initially, I didn't actually follow a lot of the online media that came with Bionicle. Most of the things that I would learn from Bionicle was either from the toys themselves or the books. That was like the early years between 2001 all the way up to like 2004. And I think I got into the comics around 2004. So I missed the comic books from 2001 and 2003. I never got those because I started my subscription for the Lego Club magazine. In case if you're not aware, with the Lego Club magazine was basically a magazine that Lego would send to you to stay up to date on all the latest sets and products that they're going to be making for that year specifically. And when it came to that, they would showcase like things most popular in the year. Usually in the first page, they will showcase, hey, here's your table of contents. Basically, this is what we're going to be talking about in this magazine, right here and now. You'll be able to go ahead and read up all about that. And at the time, it's like, oh heck yeah, that sounds awesome. I'm down for that. And I think I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna adjust this guy's hips. So I can do something a little bit more dynamic with this body design, because it's going to be very important that I do something very unique with this body. And they have asymmetrical arms, of course. Yes, we are making a character with asymmetrical arms. What could this possibly mean? Who in the world has asymmetrical arms? Do you know who this could be? Who's that Bionicle? It's LeFairy. Wait a minute, that's the wrong franchise. My bad. Wait. Oh, I know what pose to do. Hold on. I'm not gonna do a tradition. It has to be an ace stance. It has to be. There's no other way. It has to be. But yeah, so the Lego Club magazines also featured the comic books for Bionicle and other biddable figure lines at the time. Galador had the show. I think it was like 2002 or 2003 when Galador was a thing. I'm not going to talk too much about Galador. Galador is... we don't talk about Galador. But yeah, so I got into the comics around like 2004 because that was the time when I had my hands on Lego Club magazines. But honestly, while I was like in the golden years specifically, we're talking about golden years of Bionicle, the very beginning. One of my most favorite things about those years was actually the Borak and the Rakshi. For me, like, it matched well with the movie that would come out in 2003, where the characters actually felt biomechanical. You also have to do the lean. That's right. But yeah, so like I really like the Krata and the Krana especially. And it's just something about the rubber that makes you think that it is a organic being. That is something that I really like, that I would like to bring back in again with Ascending Depths. That is something that I would like to do in the future, is make like rubber elastic elements that could come in with the sets. So it can feel like muscles almost. Because I really like the grotesque and weird side of things when it comes to Bionicle. To the extent where I actually included brains into Ascending Depths. Oh yeah, this needs that right over here. So yeah, that looks good. And there we go. Nope, that's not gonna do. That's not gonna do. But yeah, that was something that I really liked and enjoyed when it came to that era of Bionicle. I really like 2004 too. I know like not a lot of people may have liked 2004, but I honestly did. Like for like not only the knees, but the range of articulation you would get. Now I do agree with R.R. Slugger with when it comes to one thing, the arm articulation. The fact that the prior 3 years had better arm articulation than 2004 is a fair argument. I will not argue against that. Yeah, I will not argue against that. That was something that I was like, maybe. Yeah, maybe not. Alright, there we go. We got our outline. Get the short arm. There we go. That's good. That's wonderful. Now I get to actually draw more of the body now, and actually get something on the works here. You know, you could say. Now, woo. All right. Let me see what we got here. I'm gonna start with the legs. I think the legs, it's a fair thing to start on. So I'm actually going to do that. Again, it's not easy to see right this instant what I'm basically drawing, but eventually you guys will find out what I am drawing. And I think that's like the most important thing when it comes to scenarios such as this. And because it ties into the new product line that I'm actually going to be releasing / announcing, so you know it will pay off in the end. You will see what I'm basically producing / making at any capacity. But yeah, doing things very greebly in style is something that I really do enjoy and like. In terms of just character design in general. I like complicated things. I really do. when it comes to just Bionicle in general, like the mechanical side of things. It's very fun and enjoyable, and I love it to death because of how mechanical everything looks. I always been a fan of robots. I know Bionicle aren't robots. I know. Don't fight me. Don't bite me. Don't bite me, chat. It's okay. Understand. You know, this is a very sensitive topic and matter, but you know, it's very important to me, okay? It's very important. Alright. Yeah, that can go there. That can go there. That works. Yeah, that works. Alright, there we go. And that will just go. And there we go. I think that's some good shaping right there for the start of things, at least. That's some good shaping at the start. Could be better, yes. But I'm not complaining. I see this as an absolute win. But yeah, so this is very much a chill stream. Again, but I'm going to be showcasing some good stuff. I know it's going to be slow at the beginning, but that is going to be expected when it comes to streams like this in general. It's going to be a little bit slow. And that is honestly fine. You know, we can all be together in the Amaja circle, enjoying the great and wonderful times that is the legend of the Bionicle, one could say. And I will say one of my strong suits when it comes to art has always been perspectives. Like being able to get the exact right angles and geometry is not an easy feat by any stretch of the imagination. There we go. That would do. And I think I'm gonna have to be a little bit precise with this leg specifically because it's gonna widen a little bit because of perspective. Perspective is weird, and getting your lines just right is very important when it comes to something like this that I'm trying to do right here. Getting the perspective is okay. That's not gonna show up at all. Yay! I don't have to draw a line because it will be practically invisible. Yay! Thank you, Piston, for helping out with that. You are such a treasure and a treat. I honestly like that very much. It's honestly a delight. And my very biased opinion. And that goes there. And that goes there. And that goes there. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. No, I did it wrong. I done goofed. I forgot a very important detail. Got a very important detail. I wasn't aware that this was a thing, but apparently it is. There we go. And we'll probably do something a little bit more acute and more detailed in the future when it comes to this, because yikes. There we go. That will allow for some good perspective at least. There we go. And then I think how does this link? Oh, okay. So we're just gonna draw that like so. that goes like so, and then that is it straight or is it? Oh, it actually goes up the other way. Okay, so there we go. And there we go. You see, I'm trying to understand the geometry, the ways and the woes that is the legend of the Bionicle. There we go. And there we go. We got a leg. A wonderful leg of design that you cannot see, but I promise it's there. It's there. Just barely. Just barely there. Again, I'm doing outlines. I do this on the spot. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. You will see how perfectly fine it's going to be. Rest assured. But yeah, so after I would say like 2005, when we're getting into 2006, I know like a few people didn't really like the toy Nika at all, but I feel like the dislike towards the Nika is very past tense. Like, at the time, we all probably were excited about the sets. Like, I was initially. I think what actually, like, hurt the line eventually was not that, like, oh, it's, this build is different. It's like, oh, we have seen this method of building a character so many times. And in my opinion, in my very, very skewed opinion, of course, of course, my very skewed opinion, I think part of the issue stems from the fact that we've built an expectation where it always has to be something new every single time. And not something that's like, oh, here is this one build that just now exists. Like, you can't enjoy things anymore. In the same sense that you used to. Because you built up an expectation of, oh, the set has to have each set has to have a unique set of pieces every single time, and not the same one. And I think that's what drive a lot of stigma against Hero Factory in general, was because of that little perspective, a little factoid of life, basically. It was because of said stigma. I think that's what hurt it in the end. Was that. But again, I really like the Nika build. I really do. I liked it a lot. It's streamlined a lot of building capabilities and so forth. But I do miss the play features. I like that when a character can swing their arms, do various play features, and the sword. It was actually fun and engaging and wonderful. And I should have timed this better, because it's getting close to the time when I am not going to be able to talk as much because reasons. Yay. I love that. I love that so much. Where... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, the perspective is off. Yep, the perspective got off for a second there. Yeah, doing anything perspective related when it comes to something like this is very, very tricky. I will say it is very tricky to get your perspectives right when it comes to making such a character such as this that uses a lot of detail and so forth. And I'm gonna do some. See, this is the thing why I like circles. Circles are my friend. They never betray you. They never do. And nor will they ever betray you, because circles are my friend, and they will always be my friend. Okay, honestly, we're just gonna... Yeah, we're just gonna... There we go. And... Is this accurate? Not really. But is it close to accurate? Absolutely. You know, I've been drawing for so long, it's not even funny. As a matter of fact, something that... I'm not too sure if anybody else has done this, but actually using Bionicle mocks for reference for their drawing. Do you ever just pose a Bionicle and be like, I'm drawing a different character, not related to the one that you're using as a reference for making the anatomy or so forth, but just looking at a Bionicle mock and just trying to draw it. Like, I'm not too sure if I'm the only one that does that, or if other people also do that, but, you know, it's something that I think about often. It's generally something that I think about often. Because I'm not so sure if other people also do the same thing. It's a very peculiar thing, with a lot of peculiar anomalies, to put it lightly. There we go. There we go. And we got that. Alright, let me go ahead and do something real quick over here. Just give me a sec, fellow compatriots. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. I know, it's been 10,000 years, but I'm back, I promise. I'm not gonna leave anytime soon again. For now, at least. For now, at least. I may leave again. But that's for another one reason or another. Get massive toe over here. Get other toe. You know, Bionicles with toes. What are your thoughts? Okay, maybe that is probably not the best way to have this conversation. The only ones I accept are Tahunga feet. The only ones. I should preface that. Or maybe a Nika feet, if we want to get really technical. But honestly, you know what I miss? What I honestly generally miss about like the early years of Bionicle was that, like, when it came to making a character, you were only limited by a set number of pieces that you can use to make a character or something like that. And now with so many pieces available, where you can basically make whatever you want, But because we've always been building in that same style and pattern, I don't know, I feel like something was lost. I feel like something was lost in translation when it comes to that. Again, maybe I'm just overthinking things. But that is like something generally that I think about often. Is there was this, something special and unique about making a character and it lining up with what you basically wanted to make. Like, you would have like a set number of pieces because there was only so many pieces at a time, and you would make a character from that. That's basically what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I feel like that's a lost art form where you restrict yourself with a certain amount of pieces from a specific type of year as you go ahead and build them up. I feel like that was lost in translation. I generally do. I feel it is. There we go. And wait a minute. Did I got the curve a little bit wonky on that one. That is too obtuse. There we go. That's better. That's better. And then there we go. Oh god, we had to make a circle. Had to make a circle, but a weird circle. Because the crotch demands it. As much as I like crotch gears, they generally can be a little. Honestly, I think this is the first time I had to draw a crotch gear, a gear crotch. I am actually. Great question, Toa Jaker, because we are going to be showcasing that right now. Alright, fellow compatriots, I am going to go ahead and start playing something real quick. And I hope you guys enjoy what I am about to unveil. Because it is actually pretty great. Alright, hold on real quick here. Let me go ahead and pause this real quick. And you're about to see what I'm making, fellow compatriots. And behold, ladies and gentlemen and every gender in between, I am proud to announce the latest product that is going to be available for purchase on ascendingdepths.etsy.com. I hope you all enjoy. All right. Alright, fellow compatriots. Yeah, so we have been drawing Voriki, the seventh Toa, the Toa of electricity. And I'm going to showcase it right here. This is Voriki. Now, I'm going to do a live review. I think that will be fair until we get back into drawing again. So Voriki contains about 12 pieces with the parts kit. The parts kit includes all the gears. The gears are injection molded and pretty strong and durable. Not only that, but it also has everything purple that you see here is included with the parts kit. What that means is you get 3 of the smaller gears, one of the bigger gears, this big gear, and another gear as well inside of the internal torso. So, Voriki is basically a design that unlocked, I would say, 24 years of lost potential. What I mean by that is I solved what you could say the riddle of the great beings. And I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate my meaning here for a sec. By grabbing the very same character that was probably used for... Actually, no. Used for the photoshopping in the original. So, if you grab this character here, as you can tell, like, there was a pre-molded gear here. It had no real purpose, no utilization at all. Not only that, but the torso is actually quite chunky for the size that of this character. It's quite chunky. And my theory was that there was other designs prior to this one. People are quick to jump to the Slicer torso, but I had another idea. I personally believe that what if the Slicer torso and the Mata torso had a love child? And basically you retain the same functionality of the arm swing features and the leaning of... Yes, that's right, it's leaning now. And if I twist this, they start leaning the other way. And my hand is staying in the same place. It's not going anywhere. So, yeah, it has the leaning abilities. Not only that, but the mask itself uses a stud connection. And though it is thin, it's actually quite durable, which means you can eventually use the mask knocking feature for this, and it still works pretty well. Now, of course, with the older ones, if you did that... Okay, why did... I thought it was gonna work, but I guess not. I guess there's a certain trick to knocking mask off, apparently, when it comes to the old style. But to go ahead and demonstrate the possibilities of this, I actually built, because only one arm is swinging here. But if I go ahead and grab the prototype, the first one that I turned into a figure, this is the prototype that I made. Uses old gray, and both arms can swing just fine. And I'm gonna go ahead and demonstrate how this all works and functions. So, let's go ahead and take this character apart real quick so that I can actually showcase to you guys this new building system. And the gears still operate very much the same still as they used to, like in the past. Now, oh, before I start losing gears. Alright, I'm actually going to lower this camera down. There we go. So you guys get to see what I'm working with here. So, again, very similar. However, that all changes with the torso here, because if disassembled, it also includes this piece as well. This is a bracket for allowing for the arm swing feature. And it still works, all the pin connectors and everything still work just fine. This is just a bracket. But this is the base torso. You can put small gears or big gears into this. Yes, that's right. And before you ask, we're going to grab Tahu here. We're going to go ahead and make something a little cursed right now. If we get Tahu's torso, we can actually slide it in here. Do that. Okay, we did something very cursed. And we're going to put the legs here. Again, this looks like a nightmare. But now, both torsos are now leaning back. Yeah, they're both leaning back now. So they can lean back. And they can lean forward. And I forgot a piece. I forgot the half pushing. It was very important to do the half pushing. And I can lean forward. You know, it leans back and forth ever so slightly. But that was the original design for this. Now, fun thing is about this is that it actually is quite adaptable. Better with the new Voodoo torso than it is with the older style. Let me actually get this all out. There we go. So it's more compatible with for leaning with the new Voodoo torso than it is with that one, because Tahu has the brackets here. These ridges only allow for locking it in place in a very specific position. But if we grab Variki real quick, and just do the same thing as before, you could do a more of a locked-in position with a bigger gear. Keep in mind, with a bigger gear. But yeah, Variki is stackable with the newer torsos. It fits perfectly well and everything like that. But again, let me show you more about this torso and why it is so special. This torso, if I take it apart even further, has more secrets in it than you might realize. Because it's not one piece. Oh, no, 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 my fellow compatriots. It is not. It can split in half. It splits in half. And you can just lock everything into place. Perfectly fine. It's very intuitive. It's very straightforward. You can do a lot with this design. Like, the possibilities is endless when it comes to the voodoo torso. Not only that, but I should also preference, if you don't want the leaning at all, and you want a more narrower torso, you can do it. You can. Let me actually take this gear out real quick and put this bracket in. I'm gonna put the bracket in because it actually helps. There we go. Put the bracket in there. Put this gear in there, but because there's indentations on either side, what that means is it can actually lock itself into place if you really want it to. Or you can do this number as well, where you have a extremely something extremely narrow of a waist. It could be more narrow. So that's a thing you can do. You have a very narrow waist now, a lot more narrower than before, and it locks into place naturally. So it's not going to rotate at all anymore. Kind of very similar to the old style, but doing something a little bit different now. And of course, you can also flip torsos upside down still with this new design. Again, you're only limited by your imagination at the end of the day when it comes to this voodoo torso. You can flip it upside down. You can do whatever you want with it. Like, it's pretty flexible and adaptable. And I'm just putting it together real quick here. Again, it works very well, very straightforward and everything. Like, there's no resistance, there's no friction, no, redundant clearance issues at all. Like, it was tested vigorously to ensure the highest level of quality when it comes to these gears. And they just plop in, just like so. They have resting positions and everything. So you can just plop it in and there you go. Like, it's... Oh, wait a minute. I used Tahu's axle. Hold on. Whoopsie. I accidentally used Tahu's piece. Whoopsie. Didn't mean to do that. Sorry, Tahu. I stole your pieces. Alright. There we go. Woo! Alright. But yeah. So, out with the old, in with the new. So now we have not only new torso designs, but also the feet elements as well. The feet elements is an axle connection at the base here with 2 pinholes. So there's a lot you could do with this build, I will say. Like, and the pins work perfectly fine. As they should. As they're supposed to. Not only that, but we got the packaging as well for Ascending Depths. So, Ascending Depths Merit, the new Variki packaging, looks like this. It comes sealed. Not only that, but I should also mention that Variki will have a shiny version. Yes, that's right. If you purchase a Variki, there is a good chance that you might get lucky enough to win a shiny version of Variki. What that means is it's going to have a different shade of purple to it, a very peculiar shade of purple that's different than the one that you're seeing right now in the video. You'll have a different shade, which means this is a blind bag series, basically, of what Variki you could get. If you're lucky enough, you could get a special kind of purple for your Variki. Or you could end up with the very specific one that we have here and now. So, something interesting for you all to keep in mind when it comes to Variki and all their goodness. I am honestly very happy about it. Again, all the this set is going to be popping up onto the store for Bionicle Day. So I highly recommend that you check that out after the stream. That's going to be in www.ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Links in the description down below. If you're watching this from the future, you freaking time travelers, how dare you? And but also thank you for watching this long into the stream that has been now at the time of 2020X or even 20XX has been on the internet for so long. Alright. But yeah, so that is something that I've been working on when it comes to Variki. Now, because I talked about Variki, Variki is here. Variki is real. Variki is real. With it set with the premium Bionicle canister smell. That's right. All these packages have the canister smell upon opening it. I kid you not. They smell like a freshly opened canister. If you open these packages, I am being dead serious. They have the smell. I am not joking. I am being so dead serious. They do have the smell. And these are going to be up for a long time, okay? We're not... I'll be surprised if they sell out. If they do sell out, I'll be very much surprised. But yeah, that's going to be coming out on after the stream. And I'm going to be posting a review tomorrow in regards to Variki. So yeah, I'm going to raise the camera now. That is something we're going to do. And I'm going to have Variki over here. I think Variki in the corner over here actually works quite well, in my opinion. I think Variki looks good there. Yeah, and we can put the packaging right there, so people know Variki exists. Variki is real, and we're gonna have him do the same pose and everything. The arms do lock. They do lock, kinda, sorta. They're frictioned in place, so they imitate a lot of the functionality as the Nuva, in a sense. I'm gonna probably implement more designs and features for the Voodoo torso for it to work at more flexible capacity. So be sure to go ahead and stay tuned for that. Honestly, yeah, that's what we've been trying, is Variki. I'm really happy with how Variki is turning out. You know, design-wise. But yeah, it was something that took a good while to engineer and figure out, is how to make Variki. Like, if you follow this channel for a long time, you would know that Variki has been in development ever since 2023, I believe. Which is wild that it's been that long of Variki just being, well, Variki. Yeah, I am currently trying to work on the gear crotch. The gear crotch is easier said than done when it comes to drawing characters because of the angle that they usually have to be in for them to work in a actual successful capacity. And there we go. But yeah, I'm very happy with how Fariki turned out and all that jazz. And that all of you get to get your hands on a Fariki as well, which is the most important thing. Is that you all get to have a Fariki. Now, I know I'm trying to get more Terex out there. This is one of the main reasons why I'm doing Fariki. Is so that not only can the studio grow and so forth, if you want to go ahead and support Ascending Depths and the construction of the studio, I do have a Ko-Fi, a coffee, links in the description down below if you want to go ahead and support and show some love. Also, donations on the channel as well. Like, I do accept super chat and all that stuff, and you get special emotes and all that stuff. That's also a way that you can go ahead and support my work so that we can continue doing fulfilling the legend of the Bionicle. At a very specific capacity. There we go. So that goes there. And that goes there. It's complicated, but not too complicated. I'm not trying to make this character overly complicated than it has to. But it is fun. It is fun to mess around and work through this design in general. And I will probably start doing the darker lining so you guys can see how much progress I've basically made. Doing the darker line art is probably going to be the funnest part for sure when it comes to making this character come to life in a sense. Because they might be featured in the comics if they're not already in the comics. Yes, that's right. They're actually in one of the comics. The Astrolic and the Kobo. I highly recommend if you want to go ahead and give that a read. Comic books are only like $8.99. If you want to go ahead and read and check that out. Probably have to make a different cover for it, maybe. I don't know. I do not know. Wait a minute. Oh, did I do it in a wrong angle? I think I did it in a wrong perspective. Hold on. Yeah, I kind of did it in the wrong perspective. Hold on. There we go. That would be probably better. That would probably be better. There we go. Again, perspective is a fickle thing. Let me tell you that. Perspective can be wild when it comes to trying to make a character. It really can be. it really can be a whole mess trying to figure out a decent character. Trying to do a specific character in general can be a little bit difficult. It can. It can, especially when you're doing something at this level of detail, especially. There we go. So that is going there. And now, get that there. Okay, maybe that's too much. Oh, okay, no, that works. That works. I was worried about that. That actually does work pretty well in terms of drawing in detail. But yeah, so again, working on there's a lot. All right. How's everybody doing, chat? How's everybody doing? Everybody doing good? That's good. That is good. Glad everybody's doing well. Oh. Alright, well, I am going to go ahead and do some more drawing here. I think we're... How far are we? Okay, not too bad, not too bad. I already showcased Variki. Drawing a Variki. He's trying to. It's easier said than done. Getting the angle right would be very important, so I'm thinking... relative to the baseline over here. So taperment would probably be like so. There we go. Oh, that's okay. That's actually too narrow. But at least now I have my reference. And that is the most important thing, that I have my reference. And honestly, we can probably even do that too. There we go. Alright, so that's there. Kind of. That's there. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Let's... There we go. There we go. Alright. But yeah, so when it comes to Bionicle... Oh yeah, I was talking about Bionicle. Yeah, alright. So, growing up with Bionicle, we were talking about the Nika period. Yeah. I honestly like that era of Bionicle specifically, because growing up at the time, like, that was awesome. That was amazing. You know, that was like one of the most uniquest Bionicle designs ever, and I was wondering, oh, what play features it's going to have, because before that, it was 2005, where you had spinners and so forth, and obviously I saw the launchers. I'm like, whoa, I can shoot marbles, and for a time, like, growing up, I did grow up with this one toy line. I'm not so sure if y'all remember it, but I think it was called Dagugan or something like that, where you can load these Gundam-styled characters with marbles, and they can actually shoot stuff. And I found that really cool and interesting. And I'm like, whoa, that's pretty cool. But I'm not so sure if it's beyond everybody else's time or not. I have no idea. Because the world is constantly changing. It really is. It really is. It's constantly changing. But yeah, so it reminded me of that, and I was like, I am sold. I get to shoot marbles. That looks pretty cool. I'm down for that. But at the same time, that's when Neo Shifters started coming out. And when Neo Shifters came out, it was like, okay, though the 2006 Bionicle sets look pretty cool, like, after I got my hands on a few of them, I started migrating to Neo Shifters. And that was like a dark time for Bionicle, specifically, because I was more attracted by other things other than what Lego was doing, because everybody was trying to capitalize on the buildable figure craze that Bionicle was producing at the time. And even later on in the years, like, even Hasbro tried to throw their hat into the ring, with the introduction of Connect, not Creo. But speaking about Connects also was doing buildable figures as well. They were like these police-like characters and paramedic rescue and all that stuff, like back in 2006, and they looked rough. Let me be honest with you, they were so cooked. The designs were so cooked. And it was, I don't even remember what they were called, but I know Connects was doing buildable characters, and they looked rough. Actually, was it Connects or was it Playmobil? I'm actually not so sure. It might have been Playmobil that was doing buildable figures. That would be funny if it is Playmobil. That would be funny. Playmobil doing robotic characters. That would be so wild. Jager saying, I am making all 100 Makuta of the Brotherhood of Makuta. That's impressive, and I wish you the best of luck. That sounds like a lot of hard work in order to do and produce. Like, I wish you the very best in that regard. Like, wow. I wish you the best in that, because that is a lot of work. But you got this. You got this. There we go. And there we go. Wow. Alright, so we got Voriki here. Voriki is looking pretty good so far. terms of design. Very trying to make a dynamic pose. I think I should have had the. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. It does not bother me at all. I'm definitely not bothered. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me, but I'm not gonna admit that it bothers me, even though I kind of did, but I didn't. It was a theoretical one, not a literal one, which means that I am perfectly fine. But yeah, so got Variki available on ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Once the stream ends, the listing is going to be going up. So I look forward to seeing everybody enjoying that because it's honestly wild and crazy, but also something that had a lot of time and effort put into it. So I hope y'all actually enjoy it, like genuinely, because I put a lot of time and effort into it, and it really means a lot to me. It really does, because at the end of the day, I like biddable figures. I always did, and I still do. And having you all be able to enjoy it as well means a lot. In all honesty, it really does. Alright. There we go. It's a little cartoony, a little stretchy, but that's the point. That's the point, ain't it? And it's gonna be a little stretchy. Oh yeah, I should probably erase this now because now the geometry is shifting. The geometry is shifting now to something quite unique. Alright. And yeah. Oh yeah, okay. I was like, I'm not too sure about this. To like, oh, never mind. I think I could do this. This is fine. This is fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Oh yeah, that's just going to be a straight up circle. It's in the front of the chest. That's just going to be a circle. Let me get my... Wait a minute. I know what to do. I've done this before. I am a professional. I swear. I swear on the Great Spirit Matanui that I am a professional. I know what I'm doing. There we go. We're getting more progress done. Even though you do not see it, but you will see it. Because we're drawing the... Oh yeah, I had to draw the foot. Honestly, we're gonna have the foot do a curve. Because it will make sense for it to... Yeah, so we're gonna do that. Oh, wait a minute. what to do. I know what to do. I am a professional. I've done this before. I swear. Believe me, chat. I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional. I've done this before many times. Alright, I am... Once I'm done drawing this foot, I'm going to be darkening some lines so that you guys can actually see... Udron says, hello! Welcome! Welcome to the stream. I am drawing Voriki. Voriki is a brand new set that's going to be coming out on ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Not only that, but it's going to have exclusive. It has its own packaging. Not only that, but there's actually 2 versions of Voriki. There's the regular one, as you can see here. It comes with it's a parts kit containing 12 pieces. And it includes all the gears and everything purple. All the gears and everything purple is included with this Voriki. Now, there's going to be another Voriki coming out, also in this packaging as well, where it could be a shiny Voriki, meaning that any Voriki that you purchase that is in this color and is in a darker shade of purple, a much more different type of shade of purple, is the shiny Voriki. Yes, that's right. It has its own custom packaging and everything. I kid you not. So be sure to go ahead and stay tuned for that, because Voriki has its own unique packaging, unique variant to it. So yeah, you might get lucky and get yourself a shiny Voriki or a regular Voriki. And it's not going to be disappearing off the web store anytime soon, because it's easier for me to produce than something that contains, I don't know, 144 pieces for like Huzu, or like the 186 pieces with UH1 and so on and so forth. But yeah, it's easier for me to produce this one, which means it's not going to go away anytime soon. You'll be able to get your hands on a Voriki, and of course, other custom parts will be coming out as well on the website as well. Udra Micro says, had a nice weekend. I managed to film 10 whooping seconds for stop motion film, and the overall footage is almost 30 seconds. Nice! It'll be a Bionicle flight with slight lore about one of my mocks. Though I have some other stop motion pipeline stop motions in the pipeline too. That is wonderful. I've been working on some stop motion projects as well. I look forward to seeing the posts that you're going to be making, Udron. I always enjoy your animations and your characters. Like, they're so unique and expressive, you know, and I just love the amount of life you put into every single one of your pieces. Like, I truly enjoy it. Like, you are doing phenomenal work. In my very biased opinion, of course. Alright. Alright. So, and doodling of a Riki, nothing to it. Just doodling of a Riki. Because I can and because I will. And honestly, like, I don't know what's going on the Bionicle Day stream side of things. I have no idea. I just know that last year was rough with how everything wasn't live per se. It was all pre-recorded and everything. Hopefully they fixed that, but, you know, if not, welcome to the purest form of liveliness, where we just talk about Bionicle and enjoy the world that is Bionicle. But to continue on what I was talking about earlier, because I was talking about 2006 and how it was kind of like a dark year in a way, because everybody was trying to capitalize on Bionicle at that time. I was talking about Neo Shifters and how that was like very big and popular at the time, like in 2006. You had like Playmobil or Connects doing like a biddable police force type of play sets, where they looked all mechanical and robotic. And like even earlier on, when it came to Mega Blocks, there were like these brick built cyborg warriors, basically, with their own like ratcheting system and stuff like that, because it's like, well, this toy line is popular, let's capitalize on it. And so they tried to capitalize on it, only to it to look extremely awkward as a result, because they're trying to capitalize on an intellectual property. But I digress. I mean, you know, at least it's unique. It was unique, I'll give you that. It's unique. Alright, there we go. I think I can start darkening the lower torso before I work in the upper torso. I think we're at this point now. We're at that point now where I can actually start darkening some lines, so you guys can actually see what I'm doodling. See, that's actually popping up now. You guys can actually see what I have been doing all this time. And you know, it's very important for me to get these lines and shapes, you know, all set, you know, because you know, I don't want to mess up. But yeah, so even though I did get a few Bionicle at 2006, like I did get Enclave and a few of the Paraka. Matter of fact, I eventually got all the Paraka. I kind of like the Paraka more because they had the spines and stuff like that, and they had brand new colors too. Like, they looked really cool, but the thing was about them was it was hard to pose those arms. Because the rubber was brand new, so at the time, and they would bounce. They would push the arms all the time. It's worse now that the sockets are older. They don't have the same friction and tension as they did brand new, and so like the floppiness is even more so. Probably not as floppy as those 2004 Titan sockets. Speaking of, however, I was able to, the other day, to get my hands on the marbled spinners. Now, only thing I know is that they're worth quite a lot. And I was helping out in a Lego thrift thrift shop trying to put together some sets and figures. And at the time, as I was putting together some sets, I find a whole bunch of spinners. Not only that, but also different colored crata, the slugs from the rock sheet, that kind of crata. And I was like, whoa, okay. That's actually pretty cool. And so, what I did was after I built them, I was like, hey, we got a lot of extra spinners, and we got more in our inventory. Can I keep these marbled ones? And they're like, yeah, sure, whatever. If we have backups, that's fine. I'm like, yeah. And I got all the marbled Hordeca spinners for free, baby. I got it for free with the power of friendship. You see, the power of friendship is a very powerful thing that you all need to do sometime. Be friends with people, because you never know when good things may happen. No, that is kind of greedy. All right, you should be friends with people genuinely, okay? But like generally have emotional connections and stuff like that, because it feels more real that way. It does. Because if you're not true to yourself and you're not true with other people, the more you're going to be struggling in life. Not only just like emotionally, but the people that you engage and interact with as well. It is so important for us to be together as one. But yeah, it's. I was still happy about it. I'm still happy about that. I was able to get my hands on some spinners, and there were plenty of spinners in the back. Like they had silver ones, black silver ones, brown ones, dark green, a white, dark blue, so on and so forth. Like all the Hordeca spinners. Maybe I didn't see Kitangu spinner. There was a Kitangu set, but no Kitangu spinner. And I do have Kitangu in my collection. I do. I probably need to build a Kitangu because I like the Hordeca spinner function. I really do. Honestly, what I'm going to be doing actually, I'm probably going to go ahead and take the time to engineer and design a play feature that allows a Hordeca spinners to reload itself. So you can have a magazine of Hordeca spinners. So that only thing you had to do is let it rip, and then woo, and then it just goes everywhere. That'll be. Oh, Jagger says it's still pre-recorded on the bio stream. No way! That's crazy! Why is it so pre-recorded? What happened to just enjoying Bionicle, and just having fun and playing and talking about our childhood? That's like more important. What the hey? What's happening? What? Oh, come on. It's whatever. But Udron Micros points out, if the Bionicle world had internet, do you think that Toei Helix would try to implement some safety act on it? Oh my gosh, Udron. No. Okay. I'm I'm saying no in a reactionary sense, but Helrix would honestly do that. Helrix is a bit of an extremist to the extent that she was willing to destroy the universe to ensure that Makuta didn't have direct control. That was a story beat that happened. So I could definitely see Helrix doing that. Helrix would do that. And like, it wouldn't be for the benefit for everybody on board. But the question is, if she does do like a safety act type of situation, the question then becomes, if she's going to be doing the safety act, big quotation marks there, would it be more efficient than what YouTube is trying to do and implement? Or would it be worser than what YouTube is trying to do? That's the real question. I think... Wait a minute. It might actually be worser. Helrix would probably do it worser, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm still hooked up on the fact that she was willing to destroy the universe. That just says a lot right there. But with everybody still in it, like, she didn't even consider an evacuation plan or anything. She's like, well, I'm going to destroy the universe so that Pterodax doesn't get their grummy hands on the universe, basically. It's just a wild statement. I understand it's a wild statement. As it should be. As it should be. But yeah, that is... Oh, man. I did not consider that. But, yeah. The fact that the stream is still pre-recorded and everything is wild. That's wild. What happened to engaging and socializing? Honestly. I missed that. Honestly... Udra Micro says, another wild lore thing. Dark Hunter Poison had all of his people wiped out by Matoran, and nobody did anything to either save his people or bring the responsible Matoran to justice. Wow. Okay, well that is very discriminatory. Holy heck. You know, you gotta like Bionicle sometimes, but other times they have some wild story beats, as well. Oh, and like, for example, like another thing is, Gatherer, the Dark Hunter Gatherer. He's able to build him. He was a Matoran, but he just kept adding parts onto him, implying that every other Matoran or what have you in the universe can just rebuild themselves bigger and stronger. Like, a Matoran can probably become like a false Toa in a sense if they collect enough parts to make themselves big enough to look like a Toa. Like, and I'm surprised nobody else really does that, except for maybe Karzani. But the fact that you have a Lego theme all about building and creating your own characters and so forth, there's not a lot of building in the sense of like bodies of the sort, but more so on like, hey, structures, and ensuring that the the GSR is functioning properly at its fullest capacity, that sort of thing. It's just mind-boggling. But yeah, because something that would have really helped, I would think, in my opinion, is after Sidorak died and all of his pieces were just crushed, basically, damaged beyond... He was damaged beyond repair. He's not going back to the Red Star at all, at any capacity. But they could probably use his body parts and turn it into something else. If they really wanted to. Like, I don't know. How about, like, a navigational system or something for the giant air blimps from Onu Metru. Like, that's an idea. Or, like, bring the spare parts along with ya in case of the inevitability of having to rebuild the Matoran. In case if they ever get damaged or something like that. Because the Turaga kept a lot of secrets. They kept so many secrets. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of those like, yeah, we decided to keep this person's body parts. This is not canon, by the way. I'm just theorizing. Doing hypotheticals and like, hey, Bionicle is a Lego theme at the end of the day. What if there was actual construction? Wouldn't that be cool to see? Yeah, no, at that capacity. Or maybe not, who knows? Maybe not. But yeah, it's something that I also should point out as well. I see people all the time trying to come up with their own stories for their Bionicle AU of how they would like to tell the story, but in my opinion, despite the many flaws with the Bionicle storyline, I liked it for how it was. I liked it for how it was. So, like, when it comes to my AU in terms of story, I don't really change too much, but I expand on parts that weren't described too well or unexplored altogether. From, like, the Great Beings, the Sisters of the Scroll, how did the Great Beings harness the power from Anona? How did the Toa come to be? Was Helrix really the first one? You know, all these things. I try to explore into my AU of the Bionicle story. Which, in a sense, I do get to cover a lot of unique things about the story for sure, but not too much. Because, like, I kind of like the story for what it is, but I like to focus on the deeper aspects. Like when 2009 came out with the Glatorian, I was honestly excited. I was like, oh my gosh, there's actual color now. Like, no longer are we dealing with a lot of grays and silvers and gray and silver, gray and silver over and over and over again to the ends of the earth. We actually have characters with actual unique color schemes to them, and they bring back tan. Like, I wanted to grab Vorox. Vorox was one of the sets that I want to go to. A matter of fact, I could have been one of the first ones in the state that I grew up in to get a Vorax. And the reason being was, I live in the Pacific Northwest. If you guys don't know, I live in the Pacific Northwest. I'm going to dox myself right here, right now, real quick. But when I went to Legoland, California, in San Diego, and in 2009, I saw the Vorax and all the other Glatorian there. I'm like, holy cow, there's new Bionicle. And I really wanted to get it, but then my sister's like, nope, you already spent money. You can't have it. And I was like, but I want it. It's like, no, you cannot have it. And I'm like, dang it. My day is absolutely ruined. I can't believe you've done this. Type of shenanigan. Let me go ahead and catch up a little bit. Udron Micro says, same with Homestuck. It's one of my favorite webcomics, but the other SE's habit to troll the audience often breaks the writing just because he wants to pull a fast one on the readers. Oh, yeah. Like, ha! Didn't see that one coming, you fools. I'm still salty about GameSeek got turned from total sweetheart to heartless killer for stupid reasons. Yeah. I don't like it when stories do that. Yeah. Big, you know. Again, I can keep talking about like Bionicle being a Lego property, but yet they don't explore too deeply in the Lego aspect side of things. Like, because when at its inception, because Bionicle, let's be real here, Bionicle wasn't supposed to be as successful as it was, as it ended up being. It was basically another Robo Riders or Throwbots. Galador was the big pitch. At the end of the day, Lego thought that Galador was going to be its biggest success. And it, to the extent where they even tried funding a show and everything, but it all fell flat in the end. And I think that's mainly due to the fact that, well, oh, wait, hold on. We actually had to cut to commercial here, and so I'm sorry about this, guys, but actually I'm going to go ahead and actually do something over here. I'm sorry about this, but I had to. I'll be right back. But before I leave, I am going to go ahead and do something real quick. Hello, fellow compatriots. This is your host, Tribuson here, and today we're going to be taking a look at Voriki, the Toa of electricity.
Now, before we get into articulation and functions, first, let's figure out how tall Voriki actually is. Put like 6 3/4 of an inch tall, centimeter measurement up in the corner. Now, before I get any further, yes, Voriki is part of a new line from Ascending Depths. What we have here is a actual set for upgrading any of your custom builds. Yes, that's right. Voriki comes with 12 pieces in total with the parts pack. But the entire mock has more pieces. But what you do get with the parts pack here, as showcased in the on the packaging in the back here, you get the feet, anything purple here, and all of the gears, including a special piece. Part number S401. Now that is going to be featured in the shoulder there. So it has a new Technic element that has never before been seen. However, I wouldn't necessarily call it Technic. It is a Ascending Depths element. A skeletal augmentation system, if you will. Now, for articulation-wise, let's go straight into it. What makes this torso build different than anything else in the past? Well, I'm about to tell you right here and now. So, articulation-wise, ball joint over here at the ankles can loop back all the way, can go forward all the way. You got pretty good side-to-side movement. Nothing in the knees, obviously. Goes forward about this far, goes back about this far, out. Not so much range there for now. Arms, they can go back, they can forth, can loop all the way around. Hands are articulated over here. Nothing at the head. Arm on a ball joint. Could swing just like so. And of course, as featured in the instructions, he does have a arm swing feature that you can access and utilize, as you can see right here. Not only that, but he has another play feature as well. If you rotate that, it can hold itself. Sometimes you may have to squeeze both ends of this just to get it to lock. The gears themselves are injection molded, so though the other elements are 3D printed, they are a very high quality. So they're not going to break as easily, and they're quite flexible. Not only that, but let's take a look at the mask here, which is a stud connection. And it's thin, but it's strong, and it's very flexible because of the print time. So you get a pretty good level of quality despite it being so thin. The mask itself, it's not going to break easily. And not only that, but you can still do the play feature of the original, and it can still tap in just like so. Now, another play feature as well, if you notice in the back here, there is a gear and a gear over here. What that means is your voodoo torso can lean forward this far and beyond, thanks to the new voodoo torso, and you can twist it to go all the way back, slowly but surely. I can make it go all the way back. Keep spinning it, spinning it, spinning it. Yeah, it can lean all the way back as far as you want. Now, what that means is for this character, never before, you can actually do a lot of dynamic poses now, thanks to the nature of the tilt. So now your character can, for example, sit down, or sit down properly this time. So you can have a character sit down. That's something you can do now. and it's in between the two positions. It can actually sit. The voodoo torso actually can be utilized to sit. Not only that, but this can also allow for a lot more dynamic posing as well. Let me see if I have a slight lean here. Maybe we want to do something a little bit more menacing, so let me just that's an option there, and if you get the angle just right, I think that looks menacing. If I had to say, that looks pretty menacing. If you want Variki to look menacing, they can. So that's all well and good. And not only that, but again, these parts can be utilized in many different ways outside of what the instructions tell you to do. Now, instructions-wise, the packaging comes with digital instructions for you to follow for yourself, but I will also be making a how-to video showcasing how to build Variki.
Hello, fellow compatriots. I forgot to mention this in the video, but there will be also a exclusive shiny Variki. What that means is that if you are lucky, you might get the chance to get your hands on a Variki with a very unique and particular shade of purple. Yes, that's right. So it will be different than the one in the video in terms of color, but it's still the same shade of purple, just in a different hue. However, not only that, but I found this kind of peculiar as well upon undoing all the packaging. But all these Variki parts kits have the canister smell. I kid you not, they have the canister smell. Yes, so you can relive the memory with this new memory sub-theme that I have introduced into Ascending Depths. So if you want to go ahead and be one of the lucky few, be sure to go ahead and grab yourself a Variki, because you might get lucky and get your hands on a shiny Variki. But that is all for now, and back to the video.
In video format as well, so if you guys have difficulty with instructions, I'll be sure to include a actual video of how to build Variki. But I believe that is all for now for the Toa of Electricity. Now, in terms of story-wise and where they fit into the story of Ascending Depths, this is tied to
Alright, hello fellow compatriots. I'm back. Alright, sorry about that. I had to go ahead, take care of my dog, and I've been 3D printing some more stuff. Making more of the Variki. So I've been running back and forth trying to do both to the best of my capacity. Alright. That's wild. Okay. Okay, so as for my AU, it says here drawn, I explored the non-Matoran species and give them more nuance without changing them from the ground up. Most with the premise, much newly made them, why would they be naturally evil? Oh. That makes sense. That's an interesting angle to go by. Yeah. I like that perspective, that mentality. For for the Bionicle AU that you got going on there. That's actually pretty good. Alright. Let me see. Oh, okay. Alright. Woo! Alright, let me get myself back into gear here. We are live. We're actually live again. I do not do pre-recording lightly unless if I have to do something. So that is one of the reasons why I'm like, oh man, I really don't want to do anything pre-recorded, but I kind of have to for this case. Honestly, I think that's how it should be. Honestly. Unless if you have to get away from the computer or what have you, then that would be perfectly acceptable to play something. But don't be away for too long, because that would just be a mess and wouldn't be a great thing at all. And honestly, that's not really as fun and engaging as, well, as it might have originally perceived to be. Like, it's not as fun. Doesn't sound fun either. So we got a leg, and it looks pretty good so far for the leg. The delicious 1080p that this is being recorded at. And honestly, let me go ahead and get graphic 1. There we go, and then we get the brush tool. It's like eyeliner, but more artsy. That was a bit messy. That was anything but purposeful. Anything but. There we go. We can. There's no mistakes, only happy accidents, as Bob Ross once said. Only happy accidents. Now, I got myself lunch because I require sustenance. So, honestly, let me go ahead and see if anybody would be interested in joining. In joining. That'd be fun. Oh. Okay. Looks like stuff is happening in the server. Alright. There we go. I need... Honestly, we're gonna... I was thinking about... I should have prepared that a while back. I should have. That would have been more fitting. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a few bites out of this. I am still live, by the way. It's just hard to talk and eat at the same time. Alright. 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 Yum 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 yum. Yummy yummy in my tum tum. Yum yum. Yum yum in my tum tum. Yum yum. So delicious in my tum tum. Alright, time to do drawing Variki. As I chat about Bionicle. So, but yeah, I would have been, to jump back to what I was talking about earlier, I would have been the first person in Washington State, to get their hands on a Bionicle set in 2009. One of the Glatorian sets. Could have been the first one, but I was robbed of that because my sibling. The fact that I still remember that because I was in Legoland, California. That's where I saw the Glatorian sets, and I was like, "Oh, I want that." And then she said no, and then I'm like, "But why? It's right there. I can see it with my own eyes. It's beckoning to me. It's calling me. I must heed its call." She's like, "Nope. You've already spent enough money already. No more." And I'm like, but this is more important than all those things. Can we trade? Is that an option? But no, apparently it was not. But man, I really liked the Glatorian sets from like 2009. Those were so good. I love them. They were like honestly one of my favorite designs out there that I have seen in Bionicle. Like, and it was a refresher too because I missed the play features. Obviously, these ones suffered the same issue. Instead, now you have like a dial in the back, which is now wild to me retrospectively, considering that that was supposed to be that dial play feature was originally going to be something in the year prior for the characters, making it feel more of a tabletop sim more than anything else at the end of the day. I was like, oh, that's actually pretty cool. It's actually really cool. But yeah, it's honestly something that I included in my story beats is. Oh, before I talk about the Vorox, let me go ahead and read what Utron says I sometimes wonder how the story of the Metru saga would have been if the Toa Metru tried to get to Matanui, but through something unforeseen, they would end up at the borders of stealth instead. Oh! You know what, Udron? That might actually work. Like, I can imagine, like, if we take a time trap into account, and if Greg was more open to the ideas that Christian Faber had at the time, then I could imagine there being a time traveling hijinks happening. So it wouldn't necessarily be like them going to like stealth and places like that, but something that where like Mechanui becomes the new stealth in a way, and they're like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And they had to keep going after the Mask of Time after time, over and over and over again, trying to be ahead of the wielder, and the only reason Vakama and the others are able to go in pursuit is because they have because Vakama is familiar with the properties of the mask when creating it, so they're able to go ahead and probably have their own limited range of traveling, but they always had to anchor onto the traveler to basically hitch a ride. They're like a skateboarder grabbing onto the tail fin of a vehicle just to go ahead and navigate where they want to go each and every single time. And like I can imagine that, you know, and that's how you have your basis of your story, and then you go from there, and you can explore different places, different time periods, and so forth, and you know you can have a lot of endless possibility and the world, and then to the extent where the only way it gets like resolved is at the end when they face the Makuta. They're like, hey, we're gonna put the Mask of Time in ransom now. Give us several years of peace, or we will destroy the mask, type of situation. And maybe even Voparak could be helping the Toa Metru. That could also be a possibility as well, because honestly, Voparak, he's cool. He's a cool design, but in terms of character, only thing we know is that he used to be like a politician or something before working alongside Sidorak, before eventually joining with the Dark Hunters, if I remember correctly. I could be mistaken. Maybe he wasn't a politician, but, you know, that's what I recollect. I could be wrong. But yeah, like, have explored that character more through that type of, like, story being an idea, and I think you could have something really special and interesting with that. At least in my very biased opinion. I could be wrong, though. But yeah, that is, like, an idea that I have when it comes to if they did something like that, where if they were to focus more on Mechanui and the hijinks with that, because there had to have been a lot more planned than what we got. Like we got Sentrak introduced, Voparak, we got a few Dark Hunters, the Kurzani plant, like the Kurzani and the Morbuzak, and then the Vizorak Horde, Rudaka, Sidorak, like, there was and you got the Rahaga as well, Kitangu, and considering how far the Hordika also traveled just to find Kitangu, there's no way that was still in Metru Nui. There's no way that travel was just purely through Metru Nui. And like, it implied that, but I always viewed it as like they're traveling across the universe in search of the key to Mongu. Because even Wenua would have, the archivist would have been able to be like, oh, we're looking for this creature? Oh, I've read about these in the archives type of situation. Like, the fact that even Wenua didn't even know what a Kitangu even was makes me think it's not even from Metru Nui. It can't be in Metru Nui. I feel like a person with a tinfoil hat predicting Bionicle with a laser pointer. I generally feel like that sometimes. I sometimes just talking about it. Udra Micro says, it would flesh out the non-Matoran societies. I'd imagine the Taraga Likan on stealth would accidentally inspire a revolt against ruling class just by being kind to slaves and bruisers. Oh yeah! For sure, I could definitely see that. That is a possibility for sure. Alright. Well, I do gotta cut to commercial again, but we will be right back after these messages. Because I am printing out a whole bunch of Variki, and you know what that means. When there's a Variki, there is a lot of potential that comes with that. Alright. I'll be right back.
This is your break. This is your brain. And this is your brain on ascending depths. Come with me. You can get bright, vibrant colors for just $5.12, fully handmade and not printed out by some machine someone bought online. All made with full transparency and naturally made hand craftsmanship, because Bionicle is better with color. But I got that and more, fellow compatriots, because that and more can get shipped to you in just 1 to 3 days, because nothing says play more than the word now. Available today at ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Happy building and play well, and I hope you liked what I cooked. This is your brain, and this is your brain on ascending depths. Come with me. You can get bright, vibrant colors for just $5.12, fully handmade and not printed out by some machine someone bought online. All made with full transparency and naturally made hand craftsmanship, because Bionicle is better with color. But I got that and more, fellow compatriots, because that and more can get shipped to you in just 1 to 3 days, because nothing says play more than the word now. Available today at ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Happy building and play well, and I hope you liked what I cooked. This is
Alright. Sorry about that. I am back. Let me go ahead and get everything set up again. Because I did a whoopsie daisy. I did a... Alright, well, we'll go over here. Hold on. We got... Don't worry. I think I have it here. There we go. Yay! We got our music. Alright, there we go. Progress. Progress at long last. There we go. Woo! Alright. We have been going on for several hours. My gosh. And we're still going. We're gonna finish this art piece, okay? Because the party does not end when it comes to Bionicle. And honestly, we might do a puppeteering thing. I know Dino Dog was very popular, so we might do Dino Dog all over again. That would be a lot of fun. Honestly, let's make a goal here. Alright. Let's start a poll. Hello, fellow compatriot. Joylene Cujo says, "Oh my god," and I'm like, "Hello." Yeah, we got Voriki, the tool of electricity, if you will. Not only that, but they got exclusive packaging and everything. Like, not only that, but it has like the fresh, the Bionicle canister smell when you open up these packages. Not only that, but Voriki is something that you'll be able to purchase on ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Yes, that's right. And there's two versions of him. There's the regular version, as you see here on camera, and then there's the shiny version, which has a particular specific shade of purple. And which means you get blind bags. These are basically blind bags. You never know if you're going to get a Voriki that's a shiny Voriki or the regular Voriki. And it comes with all the gears as well. The gears are injection molded. The parts themselves, the rest of the parts are 3D printed. Everything purple and all the gears comes with the Voriki set. In the parts kit. And I'm going to be making more parts kits for customizing and accessorizing your Bionicle figures and all that stuff. Julian Cujo says, "I want to see the shiny one." Well, I'm going to have to make the shiny one. They're all in... They're disorganized. I don't know which ones are shiny anymore and which ones aren't. But I'll be sure to go ahead and post updates on my Discord server, and I'll share with everybody what a shiny Voriki looks like. But yeah, I'll be sure to showcase and share that. Let me go ahead over here and I think. There we go. Woo! Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm just gonna start doodling here. My mouth is full. Yay, I can talk now! Freedom has been restored at long last. You know, making a hyper-detailed... I need to simplify this design more. I feel like it's too complicated still. Well, at least I think anyways. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it's not complicated enough. I know, but these legs... The amount of greeble and time... This is not a simplistic design. This is... I don't know, it's because I am, in a way, recreating the parts, which is giving me a hard time. I think that's what's mainly doing it to me, is that I think if the design were a little bit more simpler. That's the thing why I like my building system so much with like with the trips, the terror constructible intuitive building system. Oh yeah! That Joylene says, I thought Voriki would appear in the Bionicle live stream, lol. Yeah. I would have think it would have, but for whatever reason, well, the fandom does not want a certain. Okay, the people. I don't want to. I'm just doing a little bit of commentary here. I know if you want to clip it, clip it. Okay, start clip right now. So my thoughts on the people that are running the Bionicle Day stream, they do not want to showcase any of the stuff that I'm doing, from bringing back buildable figures, artwork, comics, stories, all of that stuff, bringing back old molds, and redesigning, revamping them basically to stuff like this, or stuff like this even, with like the multiple arm swing feature and everything like that, or a single arm feature, you know, they don't want to because of the stigma that they have towards me, because they have their idea of who I am as a character, as a person, that is contradictory to how I am actually as a person. If you have followed me for a long time, you know, I am always been a creative person at heart. I always try to make things more accessible, more open, an open and creative space for everybody. But they have a mindset where I am, and they also push this narrative that I am actually very toxic, manipulative, and that I snort ABS plastic, which is dumb. I still don't know where they get the comment or ideology from. But I guess it has to do with something with the fact that I melt down plastic to build figures. I haven't. The closest I have gone to melting down plastic is the gears here, and even then, it's not even ABS. And I always wear a lot of protective gear to ensure that my health is not negatively affected at the slightest. But yeah, regardless of that, they still have this expectation. And it's hard to fight that expectation and perception that they have towards me. You know, no matter how hard I try, you know, they're always going to go ahead and believe that I am like a monster, to put it lightly. So that is why they don't showcase any of my work or stuff like that, or the things that me and my team have been pushing for in the community, is because of that perspective. And honestly, like, I would rather stay in my corner, stay creative, and do what makes not only me happy, but what the community would actually enjoy to see. Because that is, like, one of the most important things of all, is getting that engagement and interaction. Oh, will Verigus mask still have attachments on the mask to have lightning come out of it? Not anymore. That was the original plan, but not anymore. It's very simplistic in nature. It no longer, because maybe in the future, when for his Nuva form, maybe he can have lightning come out of it. Maybe for the Nuva form, it might be fun. But no. Veriki no longer has lightning coming out of his mask. I'm probably going to change that in the future, however. Joinley says, and Duckbricks is all fine, I assume. Yeah, that side of the fandom likes Duckbricks. For one reason or another, they enjoy the he does in terms of the commentary, their engagement with Christian Faber, which boosts them up in popularity. But keep in mind, they have been in the LEGO space for a long time, to the extent that they've also were on Brickmasters. Now, if they're ever going to come back to Brickmasters, I have no idea. But yeah, that was a expectation that they had for a long time when it came to, and the pacing is so off right now. There we go. Alright. I had to do dots on the side so that I can triangulate the curve so that I know where to place my lines for drawing the gear. And where, because drawing gears is difficult. It is extremely difficult to draw gears. And I am just trying this technique. I'm doing it in pen, so which means if there's a mistake, I can't necessarily undo it. It is there permanently. Which means when it's there, and there's no way out of it, basically. I am in this to the end. Joint Lane says the underground paves the way and the mainstream walks on. Joint Lane says, bruh. Oh, like Doug Briggs is literal rich Nepo baby and a leech to our friend. Yeah. Well, Doug Briggs is an entrepreneur. They've always been. They grew up. They have an apartment up in Seattle, and everything. You know, they are fairly wealthy and in the upper class, to put it lightly. They're rich. They're very rich, which means they have a lot of connections due to that. And they've always been a driving force to become the face of the Bionicle fandom in general. Now, the issue that I have with that is that a community doesn't need to have a central face or leader. It's a community can be it has to be just that, a community. Like there's people that can be spokespeople, you know, to voice their opinions and so forth, but that's the extent that it can be. And no one should ever be in a position where they govern the aspect of an entire community of artists, writers, creators, any capacity. In my biased opinion, like when I started YouTube, and I'm gonna be honest here, when I first started YouTube, I was always just there to share the stuff that I made and so forth. However, I had to change the way I had to present my stuff, because I was a Transformers fan. I still am a Transformers fan. And the reason why I bring that up is because I always imagined early on, back in like 2016, hey, what if Bionicle had like their Transformers Masterpiece equivalent? So that's what I was pushing for and directing for when it came to the first Bionicle marks that I made. I made Tahu, Kopaka, and Anua, and I called them Masterpiece to insinuate, like, hey, if a Bionicle had a Masterpiece line, they would have moving pistons and stuff like that, and I tried to incorporate that into the builds. However, people viewed it as more of a elitist perspective, where they thought that I was personally believed what I made was a masterpiece, which was not the case. I was trying to invoke a specific direction when it came to the mocks that I made. And so, like, in order to keep doing mock making without feeling like that I am stepping too far, I had to be more conservative with my presentation in terms of as an artist and a creator. No longer would I try to invoke any form of, hey, this is a amazing figure, and you should support what I just did because it's phenomenal and amazing, and you should like it because I think it's special, and you should enjoy it because I'm that good. I'm so great. Oh, bleh, 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 bleh. Disgusting. Bleh, bleh. I need to drink something. That was terrible to say. Bleh, 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 bleh. Ugh. But no, I feel like I'm just here to provide the tools for people to go ahead and make whatever they want. That's what I want to do at the end of the day. I want to expand creativity. And you're telling me that you want to keep playing around with and making custom builds with pieces that are 24 years old. Bionicle is 24. Tahu is 24 years old. And it still works. You can still play with it and stuff like that. But I'm at a place in my life right now that I would like to have Tahu and all these other characters just be on my display. I want to put him on a shelf, wake up every morning, drink my tea as I go ahead and look at the majesty that is this toy and many others like it. But do I want to keep taking it apart and putting it together? I'm scared now. I'm generally scared to take these apart. Because the more I make mocks physically and taking apart pieces and putting them together, the more worried I am that a socket is going to crack, or a joint might be too loose, or I have to go on Bricklink to make another order to replace the part that I have. Oh wait, oh no, but the order that I have has chewed up axle connectors. I can't really use this. You know, and I don't want to go through that. That's why I'm trying to push for making characters, buildable figures, so that I can still play with my Bionicle, but I don't have to worry about them breaking. And I get to share that with all of you. Because we should be able to still play with our toys without worrying about the infamous Lime sockets or 2008 sockets. Or, heck, maybe I can bring back 2004 sockets because I want to bring back all these old limbs and molds. I'm going to bring back everything because I want to. Because I want to build. I love to build. But that's my stance. And why I'm doing this. And not because, like, oh, I'm the best. I'm so amazing. Look at me. I'm making phenomenal things. Whoa. I'm an amazing artist. No, I'm not. And nor do I choose to be a very impressive artist. No. Because it's disgusting to talk like that. In my opinion. Alright. Bionicle, Jager says, Bio is literally even doing Lego right now, and they're showing a kid bashed Muwaka. That is old! That's not even new! That's old! Joy Lee Cucho says, little Bionicle gatekeeper. If I recall, he comes from one of H's richest families, and exactly a decentralized community. Yeah, true. Okay. Jolene Cujo says, when what you made was Titans less you will see, like, interpretation. Yes, for the masterpiece line back in 2016. Yes. Jolene says, exactly, you're just making your takes on stuff. Yes, thank you. But yeah, community, fandom, what is it? It's something that we try to envelop and engage and create our own stories with at the end of the day. That's what it is. And that's what it will ever be. And that's perfectly fine. It doesn't have to be anything else. And I think... Oh, gosh. Wait. Oh, this is going to be a little tricky. Alright. My perspective is a little bit wonky here. That is not the prettiest gear I have ever made. I don't know, that gear is rough. In my opinion, that gear is so rough right now, it's not even funny. Yudron says, if Lego's legit, competitors would produce Techno ball sockets, that would be great. Yeah, that would be nice. Honestly, I think I'll do that. I'll make sockets. Heck, I'll make sockets. I mean, I already kind of do. I mean, they work. They work fairly well. Jolene says, I'm not reinventing RoboStep techniques or whatever. I'm just making my own sound, which happens to fall into these labels. Exactly. That's how we had to perceive ourselves as artists. We're just expressing who we are and how life breathes in from our perspective and how we communicate. That is the most important thing as an artist. And not whatever Duck Bricks or anybody else might say. Definitely not salty at all. Or at least annoyed would be probably the better term. Definitely not annoyed. Totally. Why would you think that? Why would you think that? Why would you think that? Alright. That will go there. Wow. Okay, well... I feel like I messed up here. I really do feel like I messed up here with this art piece. It feels wonky. It really does. I'm not sure if I like it anymore. I am actually like, did I mess up on this gear? Did I mess up? That's fine. You know, there's no mistakes. It's only... It's an artistic interpretation, okay? It's artistic. It's supposed to be like that. I'm fine. I'm not... And that's another thing. Artists are their own worst critics. You know, I might say, oh gosh, this is terrible, but it might not be as terrible. You know, it's... I mean, I think I did okay with the legs. It's just the torso that's kicking my booty right now. But yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and drop this art piece for now. I know I only draw the legs and everything like that, but I should get to building some mods. How does that sound, everybody? I think we Oh! Okay, Jagger says, personally, the community values more social status over actual creativity at times, and not in all areas, but in majority areas. Yeah, it's a wild take. Honestly, with how this community interacts, instead of it being a celebration of like what we're doing right now, where it's just like we're just talking about Bionicle, talking about our childhoods, talking about stories or our art or a myriad of different things that affected us. This toy line has affected us in different ways, and not like, look what this person made. Ooh, it's so immaculate. Yes. Okay, don't clip that. Don't clip that. That was a bad take. But you know what I mean. Okay. Jolene said, Neutron Micro says, I'm currently writing a script for a fan story about Toa Nuva trying to make a Toa team of non-Matoran species, because the new Toa on Spheris Magna turned out to be corrupt. Ooh, that sounds cool! Jolene Kucho says, breaking! UCS Death Star leaked! No way! Udron Micro says, mostly because Matanui doesn't oversee anymore, who becomes a Toa and who doesn't deserve it. Ooh. And Jolene Kucho says, it ain't even... No! Wait! The Death... Okay, guys. Hold on. We're gonna take a look at this, okay? Hold on. Let me see if I can pop it up on screen here. Okay. Because we gotta see this. Because if you don't know, us Bionicle fans use Lego for even current Lego sets for building our custom Bionicle mugs. And we're gonna go ahead and see if we can use any of the pieces here. Wait a minute. Where's the new one? Is it on the website? Hold on. Hold up. Oh, it's... Wait a minute. No, this is the retired prototype. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the leak. Oh, it is a leak. Oh, wait a minute. New discussion. Okay, hold on. I see it. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We're putting this on the stream. It's very important that we put it on the stream. There we go. All right. So this is what we got here. So, oh my gosh. Okay. It has 9,023 pieces. Ultimate Collect. The packaging looks beautiful. Is it literally just a... It's a circle. No. Is it actually... It's not a sphere, it's a circle. Wait, what?
No. No, that's why. Why is it a circle? Why? It's supposed to be a sphere. Oh. Wow, that is... Okay, is there any good pieces though? I can't zoom in anymore. Oh. Oh, that's annoying. I don't like that. Alright. Okay, yep, there we go. We're back now. Sorry about that, but I had to see that. Yeah, so Udra Micro says, wait, it is a flat Death Star? Yeah! No, it's a circle. It's a circle, Joylene. It's a circle. That is a circle. You can't convince me otherwise. That is not a circle. That is not a sphere. It's a circle. I have drawn more circles, more spherical than this. It's a great tragedy to us spirit connoisseurs. Yes, Jager. Actually, I like round things, okay? I like a lot of round things. Specifically the Borok. Borok are spheres. They're wonderful shaped balls, okay? You can turn them into balls. They're great. I love balls. And I am proud to say that. I love balls. God, just thinking about balls is making me so sweaty. Alright. Hey, wait, in other news, Lego, of course, formalities. Oh, you see, this is what Lego and Bionicle is all about. Creativity. Let your imagination run free, okay? Wait a minute. Am I frozen? Oh. Oh my gosh, I am frozen. Hold on, let me... I gotta do something real quick. Give me a sec. I had to fix the... Oh, I can't... Oh, wow, I literally have to do it while... Okay. Can I add a... Hold on, I'm gonna have to do something here. Well, actually, no. I know the screen is frozen. Yeah, I know the screen is frozen. Hold on, let me do something real quick. Just temporarily. There we go. There we go. Just give me a sec. Hold on, I can fix this. Oh, I think it actually got frozen, guys. Hold on. I think it actually got frozen.
Don't worry, guys. I got this. I got this. My camera decided to... Decided to be a nerd. Let's just put it that way. Decided to be a nerd. Honestly, let's cut to commercial. I think that... Let me cut to commercial real quick. That might be well put in. Hold on, let's cut to commercial real quick. I think that this is a good time to cut to commercial. Hold on, I can fix this. I can fix this. I'm an engineer. I solve practical problems, okay? Okay, where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, we'll be back after these messages.
In the time after time, within distant futures past, 4 heroes across time must unite, save the cycle from the forces of evil, and become the Espiritu of legends. Ascending depths, each set sold separately.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Let me... Okay, hold on. Why is it not working still? Why? Why must you banish me so much? Why? Why? Video capture device. Okay. Yay, it works! Finally! Peace has been restored to the universe. I'm free. I'm free at last. Guys, I'm free at last. About time. It only took 10,000 years, but I'm here now. Oh. Oh my gosh. Alright, but yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna end the goal here. Let's go ahead and end poll. And we're gonna start a... Okay. We're gonna start a new question here. All right. Oh, that's not the letter A. Okay, there we go. Woo! Alright, there we go. Now I'm gonna go ahead and start up the stream. Doing oh gosh. I'll probably finish this later. But we're gonna go ahead and start making some mocks now. We're actually gonna have to build it live, I think. Yeah, we're gonna have to build it live. I don't think the computer can handle me running stud.io after streaming this many hours. I don't think it will actually be able to handle that much. Which isn't bad, but it's going to take me a while to actually set up here, which will give us plenty of time to chat and communicate. Honestly, let me go ahead and put one of my pieces of artwork on display. Alright, guys. You get to theorize. What do you think this is? Put your thoughts in the comments below. What do you think this could be? I would like to hear all your thoughts and theories in regards to all the story plots and so forth that have been unveiled so far in the world of Ascending Depths. I would like to hear your theories so that I can plan more deeply as the creator of Ascending Depths. I'm gonna have to pick up a lot. That is something that... Well, I did pick up, but I had to pick up more now. Which isn't ideal. Because I still had to pick up, and I got a lot of Lego everywhere. I got so much Lego, it's spreading from the seams. Drinking fountain for giants. You know, maybe. It could be. You never know. It could be. I love that drinking fountain. I'm gonna have to incorporate that in some capacity in the story. With another structure, probably. But yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Alright. Do I have any... Okay, I got that. Okay. That's moved out of the way. My sack of Legos. My sack of Lego. Me lucky Lego. Lego my egos. Honestly, I don't think you realize how much Lego I actually... So, the thing about me, chat, is that I have a lot of... Wait a minute, did it freeze again? I swear, if it froze... Oh, okay, it didn't freeze. Okay, so, the thing about me is I like Lego a lot. You all know this. But of course, I'm trying to clean my room. And as I've been reorganizing, I have had entire bags worth of just Lego. Because they would just spread everywhere, and I need to organize and clean all of this thoroughly. You know, and that's just a cleaning bottle that I have as well. It's just a cleaning bottle. I was drinking that. That's new. That's new. I was just cleaning it. But yeah, an entire bag of just Lego. Because I have an obsession. I have a massive obsession. If you do not know already, I have a massive obsession. Okay. Woo! Drink your water. Drink your water, people. It's very important. You have to drink your water. It's very important. Do it. It's very important. You must consume. Yeah, because I don't think my computer will actually be able to handle Stud.io right now. Like, the heat radiating from it is, like, literally insane. It's, like... It's super hot. Do you remember the game Super Hot? Like, I do. I think it's, like, a pretty good game. In my opinion. Alright. Oh, guys, you want to see Tobe Duck? I built Tobe Duck. Who wants to see Tobe Duck? Let me know in the chat if you guys want to see Tobe Duck. That's a recent mock that I've been made. And I'm pretty happy of how he turned out so far. Let me know if you guys want to see Tobe Duck. Since we were talking about giants earlier. Okay, hold on. I'll grab him in a sec. Yeah, if you guys don't know, making Bionicle YouTube videos is very difficult for me, especially in this period of my life right now, working on Ascending Depths. But in my free time, I still do mocks, even though I don't post them as much anymore. But I do make mocks. I still do. Because I love Bionicle. Alright, let me grab Tobe Duck. Tobe Duck. Okay, we're gonna get this art piece out of here. We don't need it anymore. We don't need this art when we have Tobe Duck. But yeah. Well, yeah. Complete loop around. Like, I created shoulder blades. I tried to make him super buff. He even has heels as well. Like, because a muscular dude in heels, yes, please. I never really liked his tiny feet that the original build had. So I decided to improvise and try to... I'm gonna have to make the staff, yeah. But he has a play feature, guys. So let me open his hands. And let me... I think it's... There we go. So he has hands, but if he's in a pinch, he can just boom, pop it out. He can pop out his knife on command. And then he has regular hands again. He slides though a lot. I think I'm gonna have to put some rubber in the base of his feet so he doesn't slide all that much, because when it comes to bigger mocks, they slide a lot. That's an issue that I have a lot when the mock gets bigger, the more slidey it gets. But yeah, like, he has his hand, but then if he wants to draw his knife, and then grabs it, and then it's ready. He's ready to use his knife. He's like, I'm gonna cut you up because I'm a Toa Order member and I love violence. I'm gonna rip and tear this place to the ground. You think I'm afraid of you, Makuta? I have dealt with far worse. You know, that type of mentality. Because at the end of the day, Toblock is basically Doom Guy. Let's be so for real. Toblock is Doom Guy and Hulk all mixed together into one as a biomechanical monstrosity. Okay? The dude craves violence, and honestly, I don't want to be on the same planet as him if he is very angry. But yeah. Jigger says, yo, he's a murdered Megatron. Yeah. Yeah, he basically is. Bro's huge. Bro's huge. Let me get his knives ready so that he can do that. Yeah. Wait a minute. I wonder. Hold on. We're gonna do the thing. Hold on. I think we can do the thing. Let's see if it can do the thing. Hold on. I think I had to spread it out. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Ah, yeah! Yeah, he does the thing. I just love playing with this guy, okay? Oh, by the way, despite what you guys might think, I think he's pretty posable. I think I can get him to stand on one foot. Can I? Yeah! He stands on one foot. Heck yeah. Can he get his leg out, too? Yeah, he can get his leg out. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, maybe not that far. He has heavy boots, so I'm not gonna push it too far, but yeah. Oh, I love this man. Jager says, I was referring to the knife play. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of, because I love Armada Megatron. I love that original toy. I always wanted him as a kid. Always did. And then I saw Unicron, and I was like, I want Unicron. And then it's like, nope, you can't have Unicron. It's like, what do you mean I can't have Unicron? Oh, man. Such is life. But yeah, Tobdoc, I love him. He's amazing. He's beautiful. He's my avatar of destruction. Alright. Woo! We're almost... We got... Oh yeah. Hold on. Alright. Let me make some room. You know, it's funny. I make room so that I can clean up my room, only to mess it up again because I want to play with my Bionicle. Such is life. I think that's honestly poetic in its own twisted way. Like, move this skeleton out of the way. Jolene says, is mind blown slay. Jacob says, the man the avatar calls upon when he or she wants to commit murder. The facts of life. Yes! Alright. Oh my god, it's 81. Why is it 81? I've been streaming in 80-degree weather. No wonder I'm dying in here. Woo! But the things I do for all of you. Woo! Let's make a Bionicle. What did we vote on today, chat? What did we vote on today? Looks like Rahi. Okay, you guys want to see a Rahi build? You got it. I'm gonna make a Rahi build. That is something that I can... Wait a minute. Where did... Oh no, did I not grab the blades? Oh, I had to dig out my closet again. No! I just went in there. I just went in there. No! No! Not again! Not again! No! Oh god, I had to clean so much now. Oh no. Pain. The pain, the anguish. I had to clean more now. Oh. Alright. There we go. I got my blades, but at what cost? Ugh. Honestly, once I reorganize and do inventory again, I should be able to build box more efficiently and quickly once I reorganize everything. But I'm not going to do it right now because I'm streaming. And I have a Rahi to build for all of you. Because I feel like it. And because I can. Because I will. Because it is my peace in the storm. Unless if I want to create a storm, then I sent Tobda to slay in my name. To end countless lives for the acts of heresy beyond mortal comprehension. That was probably the hardest line I probably said off the cuff. I am proud for saying that. Woo! Alright. Where are we right now? Alright. That works for me. I'm happy with that. I see this as an absolute win. Alright. I am going to grab some more water. And while we're on that, I think it's time for another commercial. Yay! Let's do another commercial because I'm going to have to. I am literally dying right now. Alright, hold on. Let me go ahead, do this real quick.
This is your brain. And this is your brain on ascending depths. Come with me. You can get bright, vibrant colors for just $5.12. Fully handmade and not printed out by some machine someone bought online. All made with full transparency and naturally made hand craftsmanship. Because Bionicle is better with color. But I got that and more, fellow compatriots, because that and more can get shipped to you in just 1 to 3 days, because nothing says play more than the word now. Available today at ascendingdepths.etsy.com. Happy building and play well, and I hope you liked what I cooked. This is your brain, and this is your brain on ascending depths. Come with me. You can get bright, vibrant colors for just $5.12. Fully handmade and not printed out by some machine someone bought online. All made with full transparency and naturally made hand craftsmanship. Because Bionicle is better with color.
Alright, we're back. We're back. Woo! Alright. We are back. Let's go ahead and end the poll, see where we are. Woo! 75%! Wow! Okay. Let's build a Rahi. We're gonna start small and make our way up. We're gonna do small to big. And I think, let me experiment here. I'm gonna do a retro style. We're gonna make a fun little creature. Oh yeah. Let me make sure that everything is actually... Okay, that's still in view. Yeah, sorry about the mic. It's just gonna be there. What's if I... Can I tilt this? I can! There we go. I have to tune out for today since it's getting late at my place. Good night! Okay, have a good night, Udron. Thank you for joining! Yeah, after this build, I think I'm gonna also check out... I'm literally sweating a storm right now. And also, reminder, this is going to be going up in the store. Voriki. Be sure to get your hands on a Voriki. Because Voriki is now here. Voriki is real. And Voriki will always be real. They always will. Never forget Voriki. Alright, I'm gonna make a cute little creature. Because I feel like it. Alright. I think I can utilize these. Use the smallest amount of pieces imaginable just to make a little guy. Just a little guy. There we go. Woo! Alright, let's see what we got here for our little guy. We're gonna include... Yeah. Yep. I know what I must do. Yep, I know what I must do. This is going to be like the most simplest build ever, but it's going to have all the charm imaginable. Wait a minute! I got an idea. I know a piece perfect for this that exists. Oh, come on. Do I have the version that isn't super loose? No, apparently I do not. You know, it's fine. It's fine. I can actually work with this. Yes, I can. Wait a minute. Oh! Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I got an idea. Hold on. Grab that. And now, I'm going to go ahead and grab a swish piece. I'm going to go in 30 minutes. Got to eat early today. Alright, sounds good. I've been streaming for quite a while, so after maybe this tiny build, maybe I'm also going to probably check out. But we'll see. We will see. We will see what the universe has in store. So there we go. Got a little creature. And honestly, this is looking very adorable. This is looking very adorable. Oh my gosh, why does it look so cute? Alright, and we're gonna add a brown piece right here. And then add a red axle right here. Okay, this is actually very cute. Alright, so we got a tiny Rahi creature. I'm gonna call this a mite. This is a mite. So it feeds off it feeds off of dead carapaces all across Matanui. So it has its like little legs to crawl around. Honestly, it needs to look more like a mite. It doesn't look too mite-like. We'll use brown. That might be better. Yeah, there we go. That looks more like a mite to me. And the head is distinct too. So there we go. We got a little mite. Yeah, a little mite. That is actually probably the cutest thing I ever made. It has a big bulbous head and a little tail body. Yeah, okay, we made a Rahi. And we're gonna go ahead and make another Rahi. Because, one, it's adorable, and two... No, okay, sounds good! Have a good one, Jager! Honestly, how long have we been going? Alright. Looks like quite some time, actually. Quite some time, it seems. Wow! Alright. I'm gonna keep streaming a little bit longer, I think. Because I'm actually got a pretty decent groove. Alright, let's make something a little bit bigger now. We're gonna make something... And we're gonna use a Kanohi mask as well for the next creature that we're gonna be making. We're gonna use a Nuva mask because some of them are actually quite ugly, and I'm gonna use the ugliest Kanohi mask in my opinion. The ugliest one. Yeah, I'm gonna use the ugliest one for making a Rahi. And see if I can do a decent job with this. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it. Just kind of view it at a different angle. Actually, you know what? I think I got an idea now. Alright, I think I got an idea of what I can do. It's gonna be a mutated creature. It's gonna be a little bit bigger, and I think I'm gonna make it bipedal, actually. Yeah, it's gonna be bipedal. It's gonna be a bigger creature, bipedal, and... because we did a tiny four-legged one, it looks cute and everything, but we're gonna make something a little bit bigger. And we need a torso. Honestly, a foot would make for a good torso, honestly. Wait a minute. I got it. I got an idea. We're gonna try to play around with different shades of green to get the look that we want. See, this is what I mean. This is already cracked, guys. Oh, how did I attach the head to the Visorak? Okay, so this build is very simple. Okay, so how I did it was, let me take it apart here. So the head has this piece in it. It flops back and forth. It's very loose. But for this head, how I did it was, I did this number, where it goes in between the pincers, and the pincers hold it in place so it doesn't go anywhere. So upon putting that in, then that goes in there, and then it just holds to place perfectly fine. And then I just put this on top, and then there's the little creature there. But yeah, this is already cracked. Look at it. It's cracked already. What the heck? Again, old pieces. What can you do? Except be sad and cry about it. Okay, so green and lime seems to be the color scheme of the day. So we're gonna go ahead and aim for that. Green and lime. That is already a dangerous endeavor if any of you know the history of line pieces. So we're gonna go ahead. I think it's gonna be a bulbous creature. So it's gonna be bulbous, kind of big. Get some more Borak limbs and actually, you know what? Asymmetrical limbs. Let's do that. Asymmetrical. Honestly, wait a minute. Yeah, that would make sense. Alright. So, we're gonna go ahead, put the green here, put the green on here. The arms probably are gonna be the longest part. So those ones are going to be like so. And then like so. So it gives it a particular look and shape to it. And then we're gonna use torsos for feet. That's gonna be already. This is gonna be a wild-looking creature. Let me tell you. Like, it's gonna be interesting to say the least. And you know what, honestly, let's add the lead-lock shields. I think that might be actually kind of fun to do. Add the slicer torso, that. Do I have the other half? I don't think I have the other half of the slicer torso. Okay. I'm gonna have to improvise. I am gonna have to improvise. Alright, let me see what we got here. That is torso. Oh yeah, I need a torso. Hold on. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and have this as a torso. I was going to use something else, but I don't think we'll be able to use that something else. At least not for a while. Alright. And then we need a Mata head. Oh, hold on. I think I know how to fix our dilemma with the creature. I'm going to use a shield. Then we're gonna use copper to this type of gold to distinguish the mouth. I think that would be pretty cool, using it for the top and bottom to give it a unique and almost monster-like look to it, feel. Which means the mouth would need to have the top and lower. The mask goes the other way. Has to feel like it's some sort of strange creature. As it's, you know, type of situation. It's gonna look weird, but it's gonna look cool, but weird. It's gonna be a weird creature. And then Though I don't normally like to do this, I'm gonna use something modern to get the shaping that I want. So we're gonna be doing that, and a tongue is gonna be coming out. Typically, I don't do stuff like this, but in this case, you know, you kind of have to, right? So we got the tongue coming out with that. Honestly, having a tongue is already a kind of concerning. It's just like just having a tongue. It's like, oh god, what is that? What is that thing? Oh, and I'll use a blaster piece at the end of the tail. There we go. That rounds it out perfectly nicely. For the creature, and then I'll use probably some black for the sides of the head. Yeah. I'm gonna have to use a black connector over here. It'll go here. Unless if I use Lego. Yeah, because this has a unique shape already. So if I use a stud... Wait a minute. Hold on. I can just use a stud. There we go. It's not as secure as I would like, but honestly, it works. And then from there, you can have the body do whatever it wants. Okay, we need to figure out how to get this. Or no, it's too weak of a connection. I'm gonna have to actually use. Oh no, I can use a fork. Hold on, I can use a number 4. And I got a tan piece over here, so it could actually blend in well. No. Alright, we'll use black. Wait a minute, no! Use red! You can use a red axle because this is the mouth we're talking about. Yeah. We use red here. That does that, allowing the back to be something like that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Never mind. We're getting places. Alright, we're actually going to have to change the position here. There we go. Go. That can go there. This can go there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if it's like this. Yeah. It's gonna have to be like that. Okay. Yep, it's gonna have to be like that. Got it. Okay. You know, that's fine. It actually lines up pretty well with what I got so far in terms of plans. There we go. Got that. I got the mouth. It's open. It's creepy. We have the legs coming in the back. That would be interesting. Yeah, the arms have to be here. Yeah. It's like, it's a weird creature, okay? It's weird. It's a weird creature. This is not something that you would see in the Discovery Channel. This is something you would run away from if you saw it in the Discovery Channel. Probably. I don't know. Maybe you'll think it's friendly. Maybe it's friend-shaped to you. And if it's friend-shaped to you, well, you know, all the power to you. There we go. And now, oh yeah, no, that, hold on, can I? Wait a minute, no, I did it wrong. Hold on. Yeah, I know what I must do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Aha. Alright. Okay, if I use this. Yeah. Wait a minute, I'm onto something here. Hold on. And then I use the lime sockets here for these legs. Yeah, I can use the lime sockets for these legs. And it will make it feel more chunky that way too, in terms of the type of creature that it's supposed to be. Put an axle connector here. Use a single limb for doing all of this. There we go. And already you have something for the feet. Maybe it needs to be more upright. Yeah, it might need to be more upright. There we go. And then have that on the go. Gosh, that looks horrendous. That actually looks horrendous in the best way possible. I'd probably make my own take of this. Yeah. By all means, you're free to. I'm just like, oh god, what am I making? Yeah, there we go. So you got the monstrous side of things, and and then we'll probably put a oh, it has to be on a swivel. Yeah, that's right. He has a waist swivel too, by the way. Alright. Well, we're gonna use a gray one. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. No, it can be... Yeah! And not only that, but he can basically have a tail. I might be able to give him a tail if I really wanted to. He might actually need a tail. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, he might actually need a tail. I'm gonna give him a tail because he actually might need it to balance himself. There we go. Alright. Oh, the Mata foot. Wait a minute, I grabbed the Mata foot earlier. I can use the Mata foot. Hold on. There's enough spacing for it to actually work in this case. There we go. And there we go. So we have this creature over here. I think I'm gonna name him. Oh god. I think I'm gonna. Glomp. I'm gonna name it Glomp. This is Glomp. So Glomp is a swamp creature. Amphibious in nature with a beak and a tongue for entrapping its prey. And honestly, using the Kaku in this sense actually works. Oh my gosh, you can put him in dynamic poses. He can have one leg in front of the other in dramatic fashion. I like that. Alright, Glomp. Glomp might be my favorite. I might actually like Glomp a lot right now. Alright, we got Glomp. So we got Glomp. We got the Protomite. The Protomite and the Glomp. That's two already. There's two creatures that we've made. Honestly, the Glomp is probably the... We got cute to disturbing. I think we need to make... something probably leaning more botanical. More aquatic, rather. I think we need to go for an aquatic take now that we did Glomp. Wait a minute! Wait. I got an idea to do for Glomp. Because Glomp is mutated. Glomp with a Glock. Glomp with a Glock. We got Glomp with a Glock. Glomp with a Glock. And he eats the bullets. If he loses one tip of his tongue, he can just draw another from the gun and repel it. He uses this as a slingshot. Glomp with a Glock. Ladies and gentlemen, Glomp with a Glock. Oh! What I did was I used, let me grab the piece. I should have a backup. So I used one of these pieces. For the mouth to make the connection. Alright, well, we got Glump with a Glock. He looks amazing. And he looks, absolutely horrendous, but that's why we love Glump. Glump with a Glock is a friend. Yeah, Glump with a Glock. Alright, next one, now that we're done with Glump with a Glock, let's see what else we can make. We got Glump with a Glock, a mite, and let's do a fish. We're gonna do a fish. Which means it's gonna be blue. And it's gonna be a little bit bigger. Yeah, we're gonna make it a little bit bigger and more majestic. It's gonna be blue and majestic. I know what to do! I'm gonna make a Leopleurodon! I'm gonna make a magical Leopleurodon! Hold on, I'm gonna make a Leopleurodon. And it's gonna have a throwing arm in it. A magical Leopleurodon. Hold on, I'm gonna make a magical Leopleurodon. Let me see if I can do it. Alright, a magical Leopleurodon. Magical Leopleurodon. There we go. We got the fins for the Leopleurodon. Already, we're gonna make magical Leopleurodon. Charlie, it's a magical Leopleurodon. Leopleurodon. You can make a Leopleurodon. Alright. So we got that. Let's do that. And okay, the joints are gonna be loose because Leopleurodons have very long necks. This is scientifically well known that they have very long necks. So what I'm gonna be, wait a minute, does dark green work well with this color? No. To be fair, Glump has too much green, but I think that makes Glump better because you don't know what he actually is. Glump is just Glump, and he has a glove. So, it works. It checks out. I think Glump with a Glock works just fine. No, green does not. How about dark blue? The lighter blues help aesthetically. I think I'm gonna have to keep with the lighter blues. I'm gonna have to use it for shaping. Which means we're gonna grab these and these. And all these together, all these elements, shall create a magical Leopleurodon. So we got 4 limbs, got that thing, and we need I incorporate 2 plates. Wait a minute. I know what to do. I know what to do. I'm gonna put a play feature into the magical Leopleurodon. And it's gonna have a tail that's also a throwing arm. Because I can and because I will. Honestly, that's too straight. That's too straight. accent a warm color is either neutral. Okay, tan will be fine. I think tan will be fine in this case. Okay. Got tan. Let's get some. Let's get some Technic pieces on the go. This is going to be a very much more of a Technic build. In this case, just due to the nature of this creature. Alright. And we're going to put a pin over here. Do that. Oh, we need a gear. We need a gear. We can't do anything without gears. We need gears. For our magical leopard. Magical leopard. I can't help but say magical leopard, okay? It's a wonderful word. It's a wonderful phrase. Okay. Then that goes there. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. Wait a minute. Shouldn't it be frictioned? No, because all the other ligaments will create the friction, which means it doesn't need the friction. Let me get this out. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't need the friction. There we go. It can be frictionless. It'll be fine. It should be fine. Oh, and then I can use the other piece. Do I have another tan? If I have another tan, I can just use that. And I can just couple the two together. And that would make life a little bit easier. Is that an option for me to do? Oh, there's... Okay. Oh, actually, yes. Actually, yes. That is an option for me to do. Okay, we're getting places. And then... grab them. Wait a minute. 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 Oh! 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 Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I got an idea. I got an idea. Is this a 9? This is also a 9. Oh, I got a 9. Okay. Ooh. The Tism shall walk in all of its pride. Yes, Queen. Yes. All right. There we go. We got this. And now we're going to add some more Technic for our creature. It's going to be like this now, which is perfectly fine. It actually works in our favor. I'm going to flip it upside down. And we're going to... Can't use any warm colors. It has to be neutral. Alright. There we go. Grab this. Plop that there. Grab this. That. Boom, 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 boom. Nope. There we go. Boom, boom. And boom, boom. Go. And now we're going to secure this piece proper with this. Because we're using white, and we might as well stick with the white. There we go. And And though this has printing on it, like some of it has printing on it, we're just gonna have it be upside down. Oh, actually no, never mind. We're not gonna have it be upside down. Also, my phone just went off for a second. Okay, no, it's nothing. We're fine. We're fine. Peace. Peace in the universe. Give me the peace that I need and crave. Thank you. There we go. And then that can go right there. And that can go right there. That goes like so. And now we can make our magical Leoplerodon. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to use the Hordeca necks. The Hordeca heads. I think that would actually work better. Let me grab some Hordeca heads. There we go. There we go. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Get our blues. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, boom. There. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. The tism shall know no bounds, for I am invincible. Dun, dun. There we go. Magical Leoplerodon! It's waddling, it's crossing the lands. Yeah, and it actually there we go. We're getting the magical Leoplerodon. Maybe I utilize something else for twisting the tail. Oh, there we go. This is a similar blue. Okay, never mind. This works. And then I can add this at the end of it to still do the thing that I wanted to do. Yay! It all works out in the end. Wait a minute, do I have... Wait a minute. If I can just have something that clips into place so that I can still pose the tail, that would be even better, so I don't have to worry so much about... Yes! I have this piece. Yeah, I have that piece, and I can add something at the end of it. There we go. And then there we go. We got some pieces here that we can just hook up. Boom, boom, boom. And we just use clear blue. It should be fine. Have that be centered so that we can still rotate the tail. And it's still posable at the end of the day, which means it doesn't have to be a specific position anymore for it to still work. Now, what we can do is get this this limb, like so. So it can lock into place if we really wanted to. And pose it in all sorts of ways. And still have it work with the throwing arm. There we go. Put that there. And that goes to the end. And then I'm going to use 2 blue pieces. Followed by some black axles. One goes here. And one goes here. To the hole. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. There we go! Magical Leopleurodon's tail. And we can still pose the tail in different ways and still have it work at the end of the day. Can even stand up the Leopleurodon. And I think for added effect, what we can do as well is do something like this, where you have something to grab onto on the sides. So that it's easier to pick up and play with. Because isn't that what Bionicle is all about? Playing with your toys? Alright, there we go. And oh, actually wait a minute. We'll do it this way because it's a little bit. There we go. There we go. That's better. There we go. Look at that. Got that, and you can still hold it while it's walking. Yay! It's easier to play with and handle now. And then we're gonna go ahead and get a socket. Yeah, it's gonna have to be white though. It's gonna have to be a white socket. Probably a blue piece for the end, for where the head is gonna go. And then we're gonna need to get a leg. Yeah, what kind? I think I know what kind of leg it's gonna have to be. Thankfully, I got one in bluish gray over here. I think this kind of head would be probably better, because then we can at least add. This is a fickle. This do be a fickle indeed. Because the neck has to be long. It has to be. It's a Leopleurodon. Leopleurodons have long necks. There we go. With that. And we could probably build up off of this. I think that is something we're going to have to do. There we go. So we got the neck. Then we got the head. Oh, wait a minute. I know what to do. I'm smart. I'm so smart. I know what to do. Oh, yeah. Sure thing. Jolene Cujo. I think I've been streaming for quite a while anyways. I should probably call it. But before I do, so the breakdown started with the Leopleurodon. So what I did was, there is your Vaki torso, right? Where you have his swing torso. And what I did was I made 2 ligaments on either side to push this one to copy the same as the first one, while also making sure that you have the same Technic beam length in the middle that does not move. So the one in the middle does not move and the 2 on the sides move, so that you can be able to do this number. And that is how you do a Leopardon. A magical Leopardon. Oh, I know what to do for the neck now. Thank you, Jolene. You made me realize what I can do for the neck. You made me realize what I could do for the neck. By just having me talk to you. I can do this number so that the neck looks and feels more robust. I just need some Technic. Alright. There we go. And let's go ahead. Put these 2 studs. One goes in the top, one goes in the back. Which means we can put system on the back of the neck. Just to flush things out a little bit more if I really wanted to. But there we go. Now the neck looks a little bit more flush, I would say. There we go. It's a magical Leopardon. I know, right? Laser lift arms are the greatest. And then we could probably put this in there. I see why not. It could just be, like, right there. Nah, that just creates a gap. I don't like that. We're taking it out. It doesn't need it. It really doesn't need it. The Leopardon is done. It's more than done. It's beautiful. It's a Leopardon. It's a magical Leopardon. It's magical. Yeah, I think this is good. It is cursed, yes, but honestly, for a Leopardon... Oh my gosh, he has a swimming feature. I didn't realize it. Hold on. Let me... He swims! He swims! Oh my god, it swims! That was completely unintentional, but it has a swimming feature. That's wild. That is wild. I never expected to have a swimming feature. Okay, it swims. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Unintentional, but amazing. I love that. Alright, so we got a Leopardon, Glomp with a Glock, and a Mite. I think we did good. And with that, I am ending the stream. It has been way too long. Thank you all for joining. this stream. If you want to go ahead and support my work and the stuff I do, be sure to go ahead and check out ascendingdepths.etsy.com, where you can find the latest products, including Voriki, the Toa of electricity. But outside of that, I also have the website Ascending Depths Media, link in the description down below, so be sure to go ahead and check that out as well if you want to go ahead and explore the world that is Ascending Depths and all the story material tied to it. But yeah, that's about it for this stream. Thank you for everyone for joining me on this lovely Bionicle day. So phenomenal holiday, and I wish you all the best of all creativity. But that is all for now, and I will see you in the next one. Bye, guys.